Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. It looked extremely rocky for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-6 with just an inning left to play. And so, when Cooney died at first, and Burrows did the same, a pallor wreathed the features of the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go, leaving there the rest with that hope that springs eternal within the human breast. For they thought if only Casey could get one whack, at that they'd put up even money with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, and so likewise did Blake. But the former was a pudding, and the latter was a fake. So on that stricken multitude a death-like silence sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey's getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and the much despised Blakey tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and they saw what had occurred, there was Blakey safe on second, and Flynn hugging third. Then from the gladdened multitude went up a joyous yell. It bounded from the mountain top and rattled in the dell. It struck upon the hillside and rebounded on the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile on Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers he lightly doffed his hat, no stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then, while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance glanced in Casey's eye. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches, black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on the stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone in the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the spheroid flew. But Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousand, and the echo answered, "Fraud!" But the scornful look from Casey and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched with hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in this favored land the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. End of Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer.
How I Keep Fit by the Champions of Leading Sports. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. How I Keep Fit by the Champions of Leading Sports. Jimmy Wilde, Flyweight Champion of the World. Mrs. Wilde is responsible in a large measure for keeping me fit, for she knows exactly how to feed me. She has studied my requirements so closely that nothing escapes her notice that might add to my comfort and well-being. I am not a food faddist. Plain, wholesome food suits me best, and plenty of it. I am not much to look at, but have a fondness for the knife and fork. Outdoor life and plenty of golf, that is my secret of keeping fit. I always train at Tylerstown, and find the air of the Welsh mountains very beneficial. Weather permitting, I start the day with a couple of rounds on the local links owned by the Mid-Rhondda Golf Club. It is an 18-hole course, and by the time I have covered it twice, I feel quite ready for a square feed. After a rest, I go to the gymnasium, where I put in some real hard work, skipping, ball punching, and shadow boxing, before I take on my sparring partners. A series of strenuous bouts is followed by massage, the operator working me for about an hour, at the end of which I feel capable of going through the whole performance again. Then I have some more recreation, on the principle that all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. 200 up on the billiard table makes me fit and ready for bed, and I often feel that I could sleep the clock round. Peter Latham, professional tennis champion who is 54 years of age. The secret of keeping fit is not to overtrain. I do not believe in the special training processes which get one out of the normal stride and force an artificial condition for a given occasion. I have always made it a practice to do myself well, as it were, that is, feed well in conjunction with regular exercise. On the days of my big matches, I have a good meal about 11 o'clock in the morning, as it is not good to eat heavily just before playing. I find raw meat a fine aid to stamina. Half a pound of raw minced steak, without any fat or gristle, some Worcester sauce, 2 new-laid eggs with a roll form my repast, and it is not overdoing it, as I am always ready for another good meal after play. I have not denied myself smoking and the other good things of life. If one keeps in regular exercise at the game one enjoys, not indulging in it when too tired, it is all sufficient. Then there will be no need for long walks, which so many people consider essential to keeping in good health. My favourite occupation on a holiday is fishing. It is restful for both mind and body. Another great asset to the middle-aged man's health is not to worry too much about himself. I frequently suffer from sleeplessness and have lain awake all night. I just take it philosophically, read a book, and I get up next day as fit as a fiddle. The best way to enjoy enduring fitness is to work well, play well, feed well, and don't let things worry you. Ernest Barry, England's champion sculler. The would-be sculling champion must keep fit if he is to do any good. Personally, I find that a 2 miles run before breakfast, followed by a good stiff rub-down, is about the best start to a day. After breakfast, I have a good hour on the river, paced by a double sculler. Then another rub-down and breathing exercises. In the afternoon, I have another turn on the river, and that about finishes the day. In the early stages of training, I indulge in some wrestling and boxing, but I have to stop that afterwards, as a sprain would be fatal to me. Alfred Shrub, world's champion runner. I have never trained but in the one fashion, and that is to rise at about 7:30 a.m. and after going through about 10 minutes free exercise, to dress quickly and get out of doors for a brisk 2-mile walk before breakfast, going at about 4.5 miles an hour. All walks should be done at this pace. I have generally made a point of getting up at 7:30, as I usually go to bed about 10:30 p.m. I believe in having at least 9 hours sleep. I would put the minimum period of rest necessary as being from 8½ to 9 hours, and would advise all to govern their waking and sleeping hours by this rule. The preliminary exercise should be as free as possible. An exerciser or chest expander might be employed if desired, though I would suggest that preference be given to Indian clubs, light dumbbells, or absolutely free movements. A fairly substantial breakfast of eggs, a little fish, dried toast, and coffee, in preference to tea, might be followed by a 4 or 5 mile spin on the track, which distance should be increased to 8 miles once or twice a week. Lunch at about 1 o'clock. This should be fairly substantial. A steak or plain roast or boiled beef or mutton, fruit, milk puddings, and a sufficiency of green vegetables, no potatoes, stale bread or preferably dry toast. 1 glass of old ale will be found about the best thing to drink, or, if an absolute teetotaler, a cup of bovril or coffee. Then, about 3 o'clock, my method is to go back to the track and put in the afternoon work, which consists of 3-mile runs for the first week, 8 or 10 miles during the second, and 2-mile bursts for the third. It is most important to observe regular hours throughout. Meals should be taken at the same time every day, and the times for going to bed and rising should also be strictly the same. Rest on Sundays altogether. You will certainly feel strongly inclined for the lazy off, and will certainly not suffer thereby. This training, it may be objected, is no doubt admirable for the man with plenty of leisure, but not for one who has to attend an office or other place of business. Well, obviously, the latter can't possibly adhere strictly to it, but nevertheless, it should not be impossible for him to approximate thereto as nearly as he can. For instance, he can take his early morning walk, and after breakfast can walk sharply to business, or some part of the way. His meals should also be regular. Let him get down to the track about 6 p.m., or as near thereto as he can manage, and put in a good run every night, and he will soon find a difference in his health and stamina. I have generally contrived to keep myself pretty fit during the summer by sticking to cricket. The tip and run variety of the game is good fun and good practice, while the more serious side is not devoid of use. The only 2 outdoor sports which I would condemn for athletes are cycling and swimming. Swimming is wonderfully healthy, I know, and is an excellent method of developing the chest and lungs, but it nevertheless does make a man slow, since it stiffens his leg muscles. Cycling, however, is about the worst form of exercise for a running man. The muscles developed thereby are positively inimical to running. They grow fixed and hard and hamper all quick movements terribly. Besides which, a runner wants a long, steady stride, not a series of little steps such as cycling encourages. Richard Arnst, World's Champion Sculler. To my mind, the best and easiest means of keeping fit is to become a cyclist and boxer. Perhaps I am prejudiced in favour of cycling because I used to do a great deal of cycle racing. Undoubtedly, it helped me largely to win the rowing championship of the world. I believe in plenty of any exercise which suits you, however. Don't overdo it, whether it is boxing, cricket, football, tennis, swimming, or golf. Study your constitution and work accordingly. Boxing is a splendid exercise for keeping fit, for it develops practically the whole of the body. With regard to food, well, what suits me won't suit you, perhaps. Moderation is the keynote in ordinary times, but when in training I am very strict with myself. As a rule, I am up before 6 o'clock in the morning, and after tea and dry toast go for a 5-mile walk. I keep up the pace and climb a stiff hill if possible. Breakfast consists of underdone steak and more dry toast and tea. There is then an hour's rest before I do 3 or 4 miles sculling with an occasional sprint with my trainer. Rest and recreation, with perhaps another hour or so on the river, complete the day. An athlete is, or should be, always fit. In my own case, my greatest worry is to keep my weight down. Cycling and boxing are the best helps. Jaber's Wolf, champion swimmer. While athletes in every other pastime devote their main attention to getting rid of superfluous weight, a swimmer's chief fear is that he will denude himself of too much of his valuable bone covering. Muscle, wind, and stamina are best built up by hard and regular exercise, and by a strict and well-regulated diet. This method of training, however, will consume the bulk of one's tissue, the very substance that keeps one high in the water, and which also protects the swimmer during long immersions. Realizing at a very early stage in my career the necessity of a form of exercise which would develop my muscles and generally wind me up to the pink of perfection from the point of view of condition as required by a swimmer, I devised a system of exercises with a pair of special grips, which has since become known as the Jappy grip exerciser. Regular Jappy grip exercise, together with a fair amount of walking, comprises the whole of my training, that is, of course, apart from swimming exercise. Diet is by no means so important a feature with swimmers as it is with other athletes. Personally, I have been a lifelong teetotaler, and would advise all swimmers to studiously avoid any excess of intoxicating liquors. Some swimmers do, I know, believe pretty firmly in old ale, port wine, sherry and eggs, etc., but personally I believe it better to go without. Spirits certainly should be strictly barred. I must plead guilty to indulgence in an occasional cigarette, but the swimmer would be well advised to do without smoking altogether. It impairs his wind, which is his chief asset. Then I eat very little of either meat or vegetables, but this may be a peculiarity of mine. Eggs, fish, milk puddings, chicken, biscuits, oxo, etc. provide me with the best nutriment, but I would not suggest that it would suit everybody to follow my principles. Pastry and potatoes are, however, best left alone, and a man who confines himself to honest roast and boiled and plenty of green stuff won't go far wrong. Thomas William Burgess, who swam the Channel in September 1911. To the fact that I am a non-smoker and teetotaler I attribute most of my powers of endurance. I don't say that it is wrong for an athlete to drink or smoke, but they don't suit me, that's all. Work and good natural habits are, in my opinion, the best means of keeping fit. I trained very little for the Channel swim, spending practically all my time in my India rubber business, working from 6:30 in the morning till 7 at night. One can keep quite fit by hard work. I am a big eater and do not stint myself of anything I fancy. Every man, however, in this respect is a law unto himself. Find out what suits you and eat it. It is just a matter of common sense. After my Channel swim I ate 4 plates of cold lamb, vegetables, and half a fruit tart. It might have caused many men indigestion, but the meal was pleasingly satisfying to me. I do not make a habit of such big meals, but I weighed at that time 15 stone, and measured 49 inches round the chest, a bulk that required good feeding. And because I know what food suits it best, avoid excesses, and have carefully thought out my requirements, I require no special method of keeping fit. Georges Carpentier, heavyweight champion of Europe. There seems to exist today among trainers just a stereotyped style of training boxers, irrespective of the physical requirements of these. I naturally developed many weak points in my composition as my body matured, but all these have been strengthened and put in order. For years I suffered from soft hands, but by careful treatment these have now become as sound as hammers. The reducing or putting weight on boxers is generally understood today, but even these processes must be carried out on scientific principles, otherwise the increase of one tissue may mean the decrease of others of a more vital character, and vice versa. The necessary amount of physical labour, too, should be gauged to a nicety, for overworking means staleness and lassitude. When doctors prescribe, they take into consideration the necessities of the case, according to the patient's constitution. Thus it should be with a trainer. Instead of that, any old-fashioned routine is considered good enough in some cases, the result being often the spoiling of a boxer. Good training has often won contests, admitting that all other things are equal. Personally, I believe in cheerful rural surroundings with plenty of good food. Some of the principal assets for a boxer in training are a contented mind, bright companions, well-chosen sparring partners, concentration of mind on one's work, earnestness, and faith in the trainer. I have found it hurtful to work too hard while training. That is to say, instead of feeling tired out at the end of a day's work, one should, on the contrary, experience a sense of passive contentment conducive to a good night's sleep. The boxer who overworks himself spends restless nights, and these play havoc with the nervous system. The very best of tonics is balmy, restful slumber. In fact, the golden rule should be that excess in anything, whether it be work, amusement, eating, drinking, or sleeping, is bad. Moderation in all things should be the boxer's motto. Personally, I am fond of a cigar, and invariably indulge up till within 10 days of a contest for which I am training. Then everything of a lowering order is banished, and I place myself completely and unconditionally in the hands of my trainer-manager, Descamps. There is a far too great tendency in most boxers to believe that the more work they do, the better their chances of victory. What really leads to success is just enough physical work, with plenty of brain activity. The man who just goes through his training routine mechanically, that is to say, just because he has to, does not derive the full benefit of his work. It is the thoughtful, scrupulous boxer who succeeds. Harry Vardon, present Open Golf champion and 6 times holder of the title. There is no golden rule for keeping fit. What suits one person might be quite harmful to another. I have no strict rules in regard to myself. I am not a teetotaler, just a moderate drinker, but I am a very heavy smoker. I feel no ill effects of either at any time, however. But I am generally in bed at 10 o'clock, and to this early-to-bed rule I attribute not a little of my good health. C.E. Larner, World's Amateur Walking Champion. Walking itself has been fairly generally recognized as the most healthful of all forms of exercise, while the unequalled benefits to be derived from it are tacitly admitted by its adoption as the most important item of every athlete's preparation. Running men, boxers, swimmers, cyclists, wrestlers, etc., one and all of them indulge in daily walks, preferably across country or along the roads. All these walks, too, are conducted at a fair pace, so that I am disposed to fancy that were sufficient opportunities afforded for 8, 10, 12 or 20-mile road or cross-country walking contests, the list of entrants would more than satisfy the promoters. There is, as far as I am aware, only one satisfactory method of training for any kind of walking contest, and that is by walking. I once had an idea that swimming might do me a bit of good, and so went in regularly for it. I thought that a daily dip in the sea could not fail to bring me on, but I found that I went back in pace, and my health suffered, so I gave it up. Neither do I find cold baths agree with me. I used to go in for them, since I found that the majority of athletes did so, but I have never found them to agree with my constitution. Perhaps I am peculiar in this respect, so would not like to advise others to avoid either swimming or cold bathing if they find them suitable. I have always been fond of a set-to with the gloves from boyhood. My father taught all his sons to box, and I have never lost my early liking for the sport. Cross-country running is another form of athletics of which I am rather fond, although through fear of its interfering with my walking, I did not indulge in it too much. The training routine to which I confine myself is pretty much as follows. I commence road work in January, going for a 10-mile fast tramp every other day, alternating with an easy 7 or 8 miles. I keep these up right through January and until the middle of February, when I get on the track and lay myself out trying to keep to, or if possible to cut, my various records over the different distances. Mrs. Lambert Chambers, England's Lady Lawn Tennis Champion. I can think of no better way of keeping fit than by playing lawn tennis. It has been suggested that the game impairs the health, unduly taxes the strength of women, deprives them of feminine charm, and mars their beauty. So far from these accusations being true, I think that lawn tennis in moderation imparts radiant health, not an unimportant factor in beauty. Lawn tennis, to my mind, is an ideal tonic for body and mind. That is why I recommend it as a pastime for women. It is a game not difficult to learn, is inexpensive, and even a rudimentary idea enables anyone to enjoy a good deal of healthy exercise. Furthermore, it is the only athletic pastime in which women can combine with and compete against men without in any way spoiling the game. I am convinced that lawn tennis has been a help and not a handicap to me in my working day life. I never train especially for an important match, as I am lucky enough to have excellent health, although my appearance doesn't suggest it. But one thing I cannot do without is plenty of sleep in a well-ventilated room. I always find a bad night means bad play the next day. Little but good plain food is what I eat before a match, such as steak and milky rice pudding. J. H. Taylor, 5 times Open Golf Champion. I have no rules for keeping fit. My life in the open air, good simple food and abstemious living, I find quite sufficient to keep me in the bodily and mental state that enables me to cope with my continuous and exhausting work of giving tuition and playing matches with a certain degree of success. In my experience of 25 years as golf professional, I have never had occasion to endeavour to improve on the above, which is simple, inexpensive, and within the reach of all. Miss Julia F. M. Johnston, Lady Amateur Foil Champion of England, 1910. I have sometimes been asked whether fencing is not too fatiguing an exercise for ladies. I say emphatically no, if wisely indulged in. Indeed, there is no exercise which can be more judiciously regulated to suit the physical requirements of a woman. It will be her own fault if she finds herself in any way overexhausted, and when in training, it is astonishing how much can be undertaken. To me, it is always a little depressing when the fencing season is over. Very regretfully do I put aside my foil in the summer, for though very fond of lawn tennis and swimming, I find that from a health point of view there is no exercise to compare with fencing. Headaches, depression, colds, all complaints seem to fly before the magic of the foil. If you fence earnestly and with a strong opponent, it is very hard work, and complete change and bath is, or should be, the unfailing accompaniment. No doubt this factor makes for that sense of special fitness and well-being which one experiences after visiting the fencing school. I have never found it necessary to observe any special rules of diet or exercise. Daily walks in the fresh air, meat once a day only, and plenty of fruit are, I think, the keynotes to keeping fit. James Braid, 5 times holder of the Open Golf Championship. I don't undertake any special training, as I consider my ordinary duties quite sufficient to keep me in condition. Prior to championship or other matches, I always endeavour to keep as near as possible to my usual routine in regard to dieting, etc. J. B. Hobbs, the great Surrey batsman. During the season, the game itself keeps me fit. It is more strenuous than many people suppose, and a man who is in the field almost every day throughout the season needs little else. When the weather is bad, we indulge in ping-pong in the dressing-room at the Oval. It calls for a good deal of nimbleness if keenly played, and is very excellent training for hand and eye. I have no fads or fancies, and as I am one of the lean kind, I can eat anything I please. I am not a teetotaler, but certainly I am a very moderate drinker. My one vice is tobacco, and I generally have a pipe between my lips when I am not playing. It does not seem to have any ill effect. Out of season, I believe in plenty of walking, and the addition of a bag of golf clubs makes it all the more enjoyable. Some people say that golf spoils cricket, and vice versa. My golf at present has not reached the stage where it is capable of being spoiled. There are players who find it difficult to get fit at the commencement of the season. When I begin to put on flesh, I suppose I too shall have to indulge in long spells of skipping and other irksome exercises. At present I have no special method of preparation beyond net practice. A cricketer does not need to train in the same way as a footballer or a runner. His season is long and arduous, and it is just as well for him to be a bit above himself, as they say in racing parlance, at the commencement. If he were too finely trained at the beginning of May, he would probably crack up or go stale long before the end of the season. Moderation in all things and early hours are golden rules for those who would keep their form on the cricket field. End of How I Keep Fit by the Champions of Leading Sports.
A Friendly Game of Football by Edward Dyson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algy. A Friendly Game of Football. We were challenged by the Dingoes, they're the pride of Squatter's Gap, to a friendly game of football on the flat by Devil's Trap. We went along on horses, sworn to triumph in the game, for the honour of Gyp's diggings and the glory of the same. And we took the challenge with us. It was beautiful to see, with its lovely curly letters and its pretty filigree. It was very gently worded, and it made us all feel good, for it breathed the sweetest sentiments of peace and brotherhood. We had Chang, and Trucker Hogan, and the man who licked the plug, also Hegarty and Houlihan, and Peter Scott, the pug. And we wore our knuckle dusters, and we took a keg on tap to our friendly game of football with the Dingoes at the Gap. All the fellows came to meet us, and we spoke like brothers dear. They had a tip tray full of tucker and a wagon load of beer, and some lint done up in bundles, so we reckoned there'd be fun. ere our friendly game of football with the Dingo Club was done. Their umpire was a homely man, a stranger to the push, with a sweet, deceitful calmness and a flavour of the bush. He declared he didn't know the game, but promised on his oath to see fair and square between the teams, or paralyse them both. Then we bounced the ball and started, and for 20 minutes quite we observed a proper courtesy and a heavenly sense of right. But Fitzpatrick tipped MacDougall in a handy patch of mud, and the hero rose, lip-chewing dirt and famishing for blood. Simple Simonson, the umpire, sorted out the happy pair, and he found a pitch to suit them, and we left them fighting there. But the conqueror and cop-out met with cries of rage and pain, and wild horses couldn't part those ancient enemies again. So the umpire dragged them from the ruck and pegged them off a patch, and then gave his best attention to the slugging and the match. You could hardly wish to come across a fairer-minded chap for a friendly game of football than that umpire at the Gap. In a while young Smith and Hendy and Blue Ben and Dick and Blake chose their partners from the Dingoes and went pounding for the cake. Timmy Hogan hit the umpire and was promptly put to bed neath the ammunition wagon with a bolus on his head. Feeling lonely-like, McGee took on a local star named Bent, and 4 others started fighting to avoid an argument. So Simonson postponed the game for fear some slight mishap might disturb the pleasant feeling then prevailing at the Gap. 60 seconds later 20 lively couples held the floor, and the air was full of whiskers and the grass was tinged with gore. And the umpire kept good order in the interest of the peace, while the people, to oblige him, sat severely on the police. Well, we fought the friendly game out, but I couldn't say who won. We were all stretched out on shutters when the glorious day was done. Both the constables had vanished, one was carried off to bunk, and the umpire was exhausted, and the populace was drunk. But we've written out a paper with good Father Feely's aid, breathing brotherly affection, and a challenge is conveyed to the Dingo Club at Squatters, and another friendly game will eventuate at this end on the flat below the claim. We have pressed the Gap to bring their central umpire if they can. Here we honestly admire him as a fair and decent man, and we're building on a pleasant time beside the Phoenix slums, for the giant feels he's got a call to plug him if he comes. End of A Friendly Game of Football by Edward Dyson. Read by Algy Pug.
A Modern Game of Rugby Football from Rugby Football by Bertram Fletcher Robinson. Read by Phil Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Modern Game of Rugby Football. A bleak enough appearance has the great Yorkshire town on this December morning. To which of the great manufacturing hives I refer is not of supreme importance, for they all possess, with due deference to enthusiastic tykes, the same characteristics in towering chimneys, innumerable smuts, and huge barrack-like buildings, from which pour the hollow murmurs or loud clangings of machinery. There has been a nip of frost in the night, but not enough to spoil the game, so the Telegraph at least has told our captain. 12 o'clock strikes as we emerge from the station and pile our bags onto the hotel omnibus. 2 of the committee men of the club we are to encounter have joined us, and are now walking ahead with our secretary, talking earnestly. From the look of their backs, I should judge that the gate is under discussion, and that they are pleased with the financial outlook. After the 3, we straggle up the street, laughing and talking amongst ourselves. It is not far to the hotel, and the old campaigners amongst us press on to secure the best rooms. Like the veterans that they are, they have learned to take matters comfortably between their battles. By the time the young and inexperienced have climbed to the top floor, these gentlemen, having appropriated the rooms lower down, are engaged in finding out the position of the baths and securing the keys to make doubly sure of obtaining priority in ablutions and the necessary quantity of hot water. The kitchen boilers not infrequently give out under the strain put upon them, and nothing is more disagreeable than a cold bath after an hour's roll in the mud. By 12:30 all these arrangements are concluded, and the majority of us stroll out to inspect the town. Not that there is much to be seen. "It's all rot calling this place a busy hive," says one of our men to a friend who has ventured upon that metaphor. "The men may work like bees, I admit that, but no bees could stand this smoke. They would have their toes in the air in about 3 seconds. However, if there is little to be seen, we have the satisfaction of knowing that we attract considerable attention. The great Welsh forward stalks along, a giant in our midst, the cynosure of neighbouring eyes. Broad in the back, lean in the flank, with a small head well set upon his great shoulders, he looks the tower of strength that we know him to be. "God, Bill!" we hear one little boy remark to his companion as we pass, with that profanity which is the most manly of qualities in the youthful mind. "Suppose he was to fall on you!" Then there is the braw Scotch laddie, who, so rumour hath it, wore football jerseys in the nursery, and was playing 3/4 for his country at an age when most boys are struggling with the pons asinorum. Best known of all, perhaps, are the 3 thick-set English internationals who figure amongst our forwards. Their mighty deeds are familiar to half the passers-by, and those who recognise them stop and look back and criticise in whispers. Amongst such a goodly company, we, who are as yet unknown to fame, feel that our feet are upon the bottom rungs of her ladder. Basking in the radiance that springs from these heroes, we become more confident, and walk with a firmer step. For when the demigods are with us, how can the might of man prevail? At 1:15 the team assembles for lunch in the hotel. Cold beef and beer are provided in no stinted quantities. After the beef is disposed of, cheese is placed on the table, and 2 men help themselves in a hesitating manner, but the captain's eye is upon them. "Of course you men can eat what you like," he says severely, "but in my opinion to play football on cheese is the very deuce." The argumentative member of the team joins in at once. "Nothing of the sort," he says, "it digests the other food." "But it doesn't digest itself," says the captain, and the men who have taken the cheese put it ostentatiously at the side of their plates and call for butter. But the argumentative man is not to be beaten like this. "My dear fellow," he says, "you're a crank on training. Waiter, bring me the cheese," and he helps himself to a chunk. The captain makes a short reply, which is scarcely worthy of minute description. Remember, you gentlemen who row or run, training is almost unknown on a rugby tour, and it is only enthusiastic captains who ever try to interfere with what the men eat or drink. At the same time, I speak from painful experience, cheese is the very deuce, as our friend the captain tells us. And so will the argumentative man find out by half-time this afternoon. But advice is a waste of words to a man of his temperament. At 2:30 we retire to our rooms, and in a few minutes reappear in the workmanlike outfit of an English football player. Jerseys, or rather stout vests, over which warm woollen sweaters are drawn, a blazer of the club colours, a good thick scarf twisted around the neck, football shorts of blue serge without a belt or any such dangerous contrivance for keeping them in position, stockings and boots with stout leather bars across the sole to keep us from slipping. 1 or 2 of the forwards come down swinging ear caps in their hands. These are contrivances for keeping the ears close to the head. It not infrequently occurs that a player has his ears pulled forward and injured by the pressure of the scrummage. Small blood vessels are broken, and the ear becomes swollen and disfigured. These ear caps prove to a certain extent safeguards against such accidents. As we stand waiting in the hall, the captain addresses a few words to us. He is a fine player and an international himself, so that what he says is worth hearing. A captain who leads his men and explains by example is worth 100 captains who go behind and shout their directions. The ground is fairly dry, he says, though it will probably break up and turn muddy later on when our feet have churned it up a bit. Anyhow, we are strong behind, and I want you to play a loose game. Spread out when you dribble, tackle hard, and when you do heel out clean. Don't let the ball trickle out of the scrum so that their half gets to it as soon as does our own. That's about all that I've got to say. The drag with its 4 horses comes rolling up to the door. We jump in, and away we go. I always used to feel when driving to the ground in a Yorkshire town as if I was a member of, say, the light blue troupe of knockabout artistes for one matinee only. On this occasion there is undoubtedly a suspicion of the circus about us. We are perched up on the drag in our conspicuous club colours and driven by I cannot but believe to be a most roundabout route to the ground. As we pass the whispering groups of spectators, I instinctively call to mind the procession which promenades the town of a morning to advertise the arrival of the show. Every time our driver cracks his whip, he seems to be saying, "Here they are, gents, as fine a lot of well-growed young uns as ever you saw. Walk up, they're just a-going to begin." However, we get to the big gates at last, and pass through a long avenue of interested, though somewhat grimy faces, to the pavilion, into whose shady depths we plunge with a sense of relief. Then, for a quarter of an hour or so, we lounge about, the younger members of the team experiencing that indefinable sensation of nervousness which is described at the universities as getting the needle. We do not go out onto the ground, for that would spoil the entrance. The game is to be partly football, remember, and partly a knockabout entertainment. Like the circus troupe, we have the spectators to think of, and as it would never do for the bareback rider to practice his tricks while the gallery was filling, so our agile 3/4 must not cavort about the ground until time is up and the seats are packed with the audience. However, all things come to an end in time, and presently our captain, who has left us, returns with the news that he has won the toss and that we are playing with the wind. "You must do all you know at first," he says, "and try and hang on afterwards. The wind is strong, but it may fail a bit after half-time." A minute later, and our wraps are off, the doors swing open, and we walk onto the field of play. There we stand, the gladiators of the 19th century Colosseum. The great multitude wraps us round with its dark embrace, a silent crowd, some 20,000 strong, rising tier on tier above us. There is something so businesslike in the concentrated stare of those 40,000 eyes that an ancient Roman, could he be placed amongst them, would probably express surprise that we did not turn to the central stand and cry the "Morituri te salutant" to the committee. A young undergraduate who has never played in the north before turns to me, half in jest and half in earnest, and says, "I don't like this, old chap. I feel as if I couldn't run away." I tell him that I quite agree with him, but our talk is interrupted by a mighty shout that goes echoing away into the distance. What is it? Ah, the home team! Conscious of their popularity, the men come skipping and jumping onto the field, throwing the ball they bring with them from one to the other, and playing the practical jokes which are the average Englishman's idea of humour. 15 strong square fellows, hard as nails all of them, short and dark for the most part, such as the Yorkshire towns breed, a race apart from their tall, fair, broad-shouldered brethren of the Dales. 3 of them, indeed, are of the latter class, immense towers of muscle and brawn, but they are the exception, and quite dwarf their sturdy companions. They have the right to kick off, and presently a tall forward steps from amongst them and places the ball on the centre line. Our men fall back into their proper positions. Their forwards line up and stand like greyhounds, or rather terriers, in the leash. There is a cry and an answering shout from our captain. The tall forward takes 4 short paces, and the ball shoots into the air as if from a mortar, not a long kick perhaps, but high, as a kick-off should be. The forwards rush up under it at full speed, The crowd cheer wildly, as well they may, for has not a game commenced between two teams of no little repute in this football world of ours? It was a near thing. The forwards were almost upon our wing 3/4 when he caught the ball, but they had no raw recruit to deal with. The first and the second man he dodges, and then punts high into the air. The tables are turned with a vengeance. The wind catches the ball and carries it along toward the opposite goal, while under it speeds the fleetest foot in Cambridge. A Yorkshire 3/4 catches the ball, but as he does so he is hurled over, and the pair roll on the ground together, while round them swing the opposing packs of forwards. "Let the men out!" is the cry, and out they both crawl and trot quietly back to their places. The ball is rolled by a half under the arch where the front ranks of the bending forwards meet, and the scrummage has commenced. What have I been doing? Nothing much up to the present, but now I find myself in the third row of the swaying mass. We have managed to get the first shove, which being interpreted means that by driving the enemy back we have obtained the ball. It is now passed back by the feet of the front rank to the second rank, and I can see it as I lean in the scrummage just before me. So I shove steadily ahead. Are we to heel out? No, we are rather too far from the enemy's goal line, our captain thinks, and he gives no sign. They are holding us now, and we make no headway. We must change our tactics and try to screw them, which, translated from football dialect, means that we must try and push them off the ball, so that they will pass by us on the one side, while we dash on with it at our feet on the other. "To the right," whispers our leader. At the word, the men in the front rank begin to push steadily towards the left, while we behind shove slightly to our right, keeping the ball in our midst. The screw is, on this occasion at least, successful. Our opponents, pressed out of the direct line for the moment, sweep back our front rank to the left, but the Yorkshiremen have not got our whole scrummage routed before them as they think. Quickly we on the right slip by them, and before the majority can see what has occurred, 5 of us are free from the scrummage, which is now in a state of utter confusion, and are away down the field. A half-back makes an ineffectual dash at the ball, but misses it. There are but 2 opponents immediately before us now, a 3/4 and the full-back. Then our leading forward, who has the ball at his feet, loses his head. As the 3/4 comes dashing up, he kicks past him, but alas, he kicks too hard. In an instant their full-back has pounced upon it, and we rush at him, only to see the ball go sailing over our heads into touch behind our backs. "Awful sorry," grunts the culprit, and we trot back to the touchline, in not the most pleasant frame of mind imaginable. "Mark your men there," cries their captain, as we line up in 2 parallel rows at right angles to the touchline, for it is our ball, and our half will have the right to throw it out to us. Away it flies, fair and true, about half-way down the long line. Our huge Welsh friend leaps at it, and has it in a moment. Will he get through? No, a little Yorkshireman has him round the thighs, and rolls him over as if he were a baby. Round them we sweep, and another scrummage is formed. "Let the backs have a show," whispers our captain. For a second time we get the ball, and then those behind straddle their legs an inch or 2 wider, and out it rolls, propelled by a backward kick right into the hands of the half waiting to receive it. Like a flash he is off, travelling however but a few yards before he transfers it to his companion, who is running on his right. Away goes number 2, taking a slightly slanting direction and drawing the tackle of the 3/4 and a half in front of him. As these 2 rush at him together, he again passes the ball. A gap has been left in the enemy's line of defence, and in an instant our Scotch 3/4, who now has the ball, dashes through. Away he speeds down the field with a capital start. He has only the back to avoid, and 2 of our men are in close attendance on him in case he should find himself in difficulties. Out shoots the back, and sends him staggering to the ground a dozen feet away, but his effort, though magnificent, is vain, for the Scotchman has thrown the ball to one of his companions, who runs in and grounds it between the posts. There is a low murmur in the crowd, and the light of battle glows in the eyes of the Yorkshiremen as they walk sullenly into goal and line up ready to make a dash at our captain, who has elected to take the kick himself. A half strolls out with the ball under his arm, and turning his back to the enemy, digs a substantial trench with his boot heel. Then he drops flat on the ground, and holding the ball at arm's length, looks up at his captain, who stands but 2 paces away. "How's that?" he says. "About right," comes the answer. "No, a bit straighter, I think. That's it, put it down." The ball is placed in the hole. Our opponents rush out with a shout, but it is all in vain. The ball rises fair and true, passing between the posts about 6 foot above the bar. The referee blows his whistle, and back we trot to the centre line with a goal to our credit in the first 12 minutes. Not a bad performance that, gentlemen. But we must look to our laurels. These sturdy bulldog men mean business now, and no mistake about it. A jeer or two is heard from the crowd, which tokens of contempt they receive with rather ugly looks. Off flies the ball, and under it race their forwards upon one of our luckless wing 3/4, who stands waiting to receive it. The wind catches the ball, and it hangs in the air. Will it never come down? Yes, at length it falls, but falls too late. The tykes are on our man, and over he rolls. One of them whips it up and dashes on, but see! Speeding across the ground comes our Scotchman. 2 of their men are close together. Surely, if the first is tackled it will avail us little, for he is already preparing to pass the ball to his companion. But no, at his topmost speed, and he has weight as well to back him, the Scotchman takes them both, an arm for each, and over go the 3 in a struggling heap, while we, who are in hot pursuit, swing round behind the ball. Saved this time! Yet we are in our own 25 and perilously near our goal. And now, for some 15 minutes, we struggle desperately to guard our lines. Time after time, our halves throw themselves onto the ball under the feet of their advancing forwards. Time after time, our backs perform prodigies of tackling and kicking. But in our 25 we are forced to stay, and there we remain until the whistle proclaims that the welcome half-time has arrived. Out comes a plate of sliced lemon, and many of us are glad enough to suck the acid juice, for the work has been of no light order. Our captain strolls around, looking rather pleased with himself, but anxious too, for he knows that the real struggle has now to come. A few hacks and a cut or 2 have been received, but no accident of a serious nature has yet occurred. The minute or 2 of waiting soon passes, and we line up again for the play. We have the kick-off, against the wind, but our captain is not so successful as the Yorkshiremen were at their last attempt under similar circumstances. The ball keeps low, and their centre 3/4 has ample time to catch and return it with a long kick into touch before we can reach him. At the line-out an incident occurs which raises the wildest enthusiasm among the crowding masses who watch the game. We are not far from our 25, and so our half-back throws the ball to a stalwart forward, standing but a yard or 2 out, who is, however, marked by a still more stalwart Yorkshireman, one of the men from the Dales that I have mentioned. Our man springs and catches the ball, but in the twinkling of an eye he is hurled to the ground by his gigantic opponent with quite unnecessary violence. The crowd cheer loudly. You must not be surprised at that. Remember, please, that half of them have come in the hope of seeing a bit of scrapping, and greet its appearance with all the enthusiasm displayed by spectators at a cricket match when a ball flies out of the ground for 6. But more is yet to come. The ball is again rolled into touch, and their half-back, out of pure bravado, drops it again, just where the 2 frowning combatants are standing. This time the Yorkshireman receives it, and in an instant 13½ stone of bone and muscle flies at him like a cannon-ball. Down he goes with a crash, as the oak falls to the woodman's axe, to use a metaphor from friend Virgil. The yells are deafening. A hoot or 2 may be heard, but the vast majority of the shouting is congratulatory applause. We are strangers from the south, and since no cup is to be lost or won, and no betting on the event has taken place, the spectators do not seem to mind very much which side gets the worst of the rough play. All they ask is that an occasional bit of the aforesaid scrapping shall occur. Not a very exorbitant demand, after all, as things go nowadays. A collarbone has snapped, and the injured hero walks off the field, nursing his arm, and using language which I'm sure he will regret in his calmer moments. For some time the game sways backwards and forwards, but is, on the whole, of a very even character. At length, however, our forwards begin to slack their work in the scrummage, and slowly we are pushed back, past the half-way line, past the 25 line, so that we are almost on our goal line. Here we pull ourselves together for a desperate stand, and in scrummage after scrummage gain a little ground. But it is our last effort. The ball is heeled out to their half, and our 3/4 dash forward to mark their opponents. Yet the wily half does not pass, but runs himself between the scrummage and the touchline, and drops over the line amid a roar of cheers from the sea of waving hats and sticks. However, we have not much to fear, for the kick is at a most difficult angle. We watch the half-back carry out the ball, and stand in line like runners ready for 100 yards dash. He has put it down. Out we rush. But stay, we were over-eager. He's done nothing of the kind. "No charge!" shouts the referee, and we have to remain in goal, while the half-back arranges the ball in the hole he has made for it, without further fear of molestation. At last the kick comes, a mighty one, and well directed, but the wind carries the ball aside, and "no goal" is the cry. "Come on, you men, play up," says our captain, and out we run to the 25, and off goes the ball, spinning through the air towards our opponent's goal. Blood is up on both sides now, and the hardest of tackling and the fiercest of dribbling is in full progress. Our full-back catches the ball, but before he can kick it he is knocked head over heels and slightly sprains his ankle. Another of the players order combat. Our opponents have been playing one man short, but matters are now equalised. What is to be done? "Take a forward out of the scrummage," says the captain, looking rather blankly at us as we stand grouped around him. "I wish you would let me go back for a time," says one of the most stalwart of us, 6 feet 1 in his boots and 44 inches round his chest. He's a fine tackle and a fair kick, but it seems hard to lose him in the scrummage. "It's just this," he continues, dabbing his head sorrowfully with his handkerchief. "I've got a nasty cut in my head, and I'm making a beastly mess of everybody in the scrummage, besides hurting myself infernally every time I go into it." "Oh, very well," says his commander, and the game proceeds. And now occurs an incident that will never be forgotten by anyone who witnessed it. The Yorkshiremen start a beautiful passing run down the field. They are round our scrummage before the forwards know anything about it. By brilliant passing the ball is carried past our halves and 3/4, although in so doing the hard tackling grasses all of the runners save one, a burly man with a great reputation for a decidedly forcible style of play. Our full-back was a light man of no particular ability. This our friend the Yorkshireman knows, and forgetting that a change in that position has been effected, he makes no attempt to dodge, but charges straight down on the player before him, trusting that his strength and pace will annihilate him. Our man, nothing loath, meets him in full career. There is a crash as of a railway collision. Without exaggeration, it may be heard by the spectators in the uttermost parts of the field. And still stood all who saw them fall, while men might count a score. Then up goes a shout that rends the listening air. It was a most gallant tackle, and there is no one who does not cheer the pair as they rise, blown it is true, but otherwise none the worse for the encounter. Nothing more occurs till the call of time, and we leave the field winners by a goal to a try. Such is a short account of a rugby union football match as it would be played under modern rules in the year 1896. Perhaps I have been unfortunate in describing a game in which 2 accidents occur. To those who know little of football, I will therefore say that for two to take place in one match is a most unusual occurrence. That the scene could scarcely be laid in a Yorkshire club ground is a fact unfortunately true since the formation of the Northern League. But such a battle could have occurred in that great football county not so very long ago, when disunion was not thought of as a matter of practical politics. End of a Modern Game of Rugby Football by Bertram Fletcher Robinson.
Far Inland Football by John Arthur Barry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algy Pug. Far Inland Football. "Frightfully dull, isn't it?" said the doctor.
"Dull's no name for it,"
said the clerk of petty sessions.
"This is the awfullest hole I ever was in."
"Never knew it so bad," chimed in the chemist and the saddler, who were, on this frosty night, drinking whisky hot in the shug parlour of the Shamrock Inn in the little township of Crupperton.
"I'll tell you what," said the C.P.S. presently. "I see by the paper they've started a football club at Cantleville. Why shouldn't we do the same? It'll help to pass away the time, anyhow."
The doctor pricked up his ears with interest. The chemist seconded the motion enthusiastically. "A capital idea," said he, "and although I never have played, I'll go in for it. It's simple enough, I should imagine."
"Simple," said the C.P.S., who had once seen a match in Sydney. "It's as easy as tea drinking. There's no expense, except for the first one of the ball. It's not like cricket, you know, where you're always putting your hands in your pockets for something or other."
"I'll give you 10 shillings, Mr. Brown," said the doctor softly. "Same here," said the chemist. "Just how do you play it?" said the saddler, and the blacksmith, and the constable, who had just dropped in for a warm and a yarn that chilly evening.
"Well," explained the C.P.S., who had ideas, "first you get your ball. Then you put up a couple of sticks with a cross one at the top of 'em. Then you measure a distance, say 100 yards by, say 50, on a level bit of ground, and put up another set of sticks. Then you get your men and pick sides, and pop the ball down in the middle and wade in. For instance," he continued, "suppose we're playing saddle strap. Well then, d'ye see, we've got one goal, that's what they call the sticks, and they've got the other. We've to try and block 'em from kicking the ball over our crossbar, and do our best, meantime, to send it over theirs. It's just a splendid game for this weather, and nothing could well be simpler."
More men came in, the idea caught, a club was formed, and that very night the C.P.S. wrote to the capital for a ball of the best make and the latest fashion. But it was a very long way to the capital, so, in the interval, the C.P.S., who was an enterprising young native, procured and erected goal-posts and crossbars of barked pine, and very businesslike they looked, with a little pink flag fluttering from the summit of each. At last the new ball arrived, but, to the secret astonishment of the C.P.S., in place of it being round, it was oval. However, he was not going to expose his ignorance and imperil the reputation already earned as an exponent of the game, so he only said, "I sent for the very best they had, and I can see we've got our money's worth. I'll take her home and blow her up ready for tomorrow." For a long time the ball seemed to go in any direction but the right one, kick they never so hardly, whilst, as a rule, the strongest and most terrific kickers produced the least effect. They tried the aggravating thing in every position they could think of, and, for a considerable period, without much success. It was a sight worth seeing to watch the blacksmith, after scooping a little hollow in the ground, and placing the ball perpendicularly therein, retire and prepare for action. Opening his shoulders and spitting on his hands, he would come, heavily charging down, and putting the whole force of 15 stone into his right foot, deliver a tremendous kick, then stand amazed to see the ball, after twirling meekly up for a few yards,
drop on his head instead of soaring between the posts as it should have done. "I'm out of practice myself. Haven't played for years, in fact," said the CPS, when explanation as to this erratic behaviour was demanded. "It's simply a matter of practice, you know, like everything else." But all the same, for a long time, deep down in his heart, there was a horrible misgiving that the thing was not a football at all, that it should have been round. At last, by dint of constant perseverance, some of the men began to kick fairly well, kick goals even from a good distance. The first difficulty arose from a lack of side boundaries. Hence, at times, a kicking, struggling, shouting mob might be seen half a mile away, at the far end of the main street, whereas it should have been in front of the post office. To remedy this state of affairs, the CPS drove in pegs at what was voted a fair thing to serve as guides. When the ball was sent beyond the pegs, no one pursued, and little boys stationed there kicked it back again. Also, the cows, pigs, and goats of Crupperton, who must have imagined that a lunatic asylum had taken possession of their feeding grounds, returned, and henceforth fed peacefully about the grass-grown streets and allotments at the lower end of the township. Presently, to vary the monotony, the Cruppertonians got up a match amongst themselves for drinks. East versus West was the title of it. But it never went beyond the first scrimmage, if that can be called a first, where all was one big scrimmage, caused by two compact bodies of men fighting for the possession of a ball. Out of this quickly emerged the chemist, with, as he averred, a fractured wrist. Anyhow, he wore a bandage, and played no more. Then the blacksmith accused the saddler of kicking him on the shins, wilfully, and of malice prepense. For some time past there had been bad blood between these two, and the fight that ensued was so gorgeous that the game was quite forgotten in the excitement of it. Presently the village of Saddlestrap, a little lower down the river, in emulation of its larger neighbour, started football too. The Saddlestraps mostly got their living by tank making, were locally known as thicklegs, and were a pretty rough lot, so that, when a match was arranged between the two places, fun was foretold. The rules of the Saddlestrap Club were, like those of the Crupperton one, simplicity itself, consisting, as they did, of the solitary axiom, kick whatever or wherever you can, only kick. Therefore, as remarked, fun was expected. The CPS chose his team carefully, and with an eye to weight and size. Superior fleetness, he rightly imagined, would have but little to do with the result of the day's sport. With the exception of half a dozen of the townspeople, the Crupperton players consisted of young fellows from a couple of stations adjoining. Therefore the Saddlestraps, somewhat contemptuously, dubbed their opponents pastorialites. The doctor pleaded exemption on account of his age, and was, therefore, appointed referee. For a while the play was somewhat weak and desultory, and lacking in effect. The ball was continually being sent outside the pegs, and the urchins stationed there were kept busy. But, at length, to the delight of the spectators, consisting of the entire population of the two townships, there was a hot scrimmage.
"For all the world like a lot of dogs a worry a possum,"
as one excited bystander yelled, whilst the crowd surged around the mixed-up heap of humanity, the outside ring of which was frantically kicking and shoving at the prostrate inner one, serving friend and foe alike. "A very manly and interesting game," remarked the doctor, placidly ringing his bell for "Spell-O!" whilst the chemist ran to his shop for plaster and bandage. Presently the undermost man of all was dragged out, torn and gory, and spitting teeth from a broken jaw. Him the doctor caused to be carried to the nearest house, and, after attending to his wounds, returned hurriedly to the field, where his coadjutor was looking to the minor casualties, and both teams were refreshing themselves with rum and boasting of their prowess. The doctor rang his bell, and play was resumed. It was, he explained, unhealthy to dawdle about in such weather and after such severe exertion. As the CPS pointed out very eloquently that night, at the banquet, football was a game in which people must learn to give and take, and that, until this had been fully understood and practised, the game would never get beyond an initial stage. This was probably the reason that on a saddle strap in full pursuit of the ball being deliberately tripped up by a pastorialite, and sent headlong to Mother Earth, which was hard and knobbly, in place of rising and going on with the game, he began to punch the tripper. 5 minutes afterwards might be seen the curious spectacle of a ball lying neglected in the centre of the ground, whilst outside raged a big fight of 30. For a time the trouble was strictly confined to the two teams, but when it was observed that Crupperton was getting the worst of it, partisans quickly peeled off and took sides, so that, directly, both townships were up to their eyes in fight, and the doctor seriously contemplated sending for professional assistance to Cantleville. For some time victory hovered in the balance, but men fight well on their own ground, and at last the saddle-straps broke and fled for their horses and buggies. Those who stayed behind did so simply because there was no doctor in their native village. A banquet for both teams had been prepared at the leading, and only, hotel, but there was only a remnant of one side that felt like banqueting, so the gaps were filled by residents who had been prominent in the fray. The CPS, with a couple of beautifully blackened eyes, took the chair. At the other end of the table presided the constable, whose features presented a curiously intricate study in diachylon, many of the saddle-straps having seized a mean opportunity for wiping off old scores. Speeches and toasts were made and drunk, and football enthusiastically voted the king of all games. As the blacksmith, whose arm was in a sling, observed, "It was a fair and square game. A man knowed what he got to do at it. There wasn't no tiddly-winking in the thing." The doctor had been too busy to come early, but he dropped in for a minute or so during the evening, and with great fire, and amidst much applause, made a splendid speech. In its course he quoted Gordon's well-known lines, "A game's not worth a rap for a rational man to play," etc., and also adapted that saying of the Iron Dukes about the Battle of Waterloo being won upon the British football grounds. It was decidedly the speech of the evening, and was greeted with hearty cheers as, concluding, he retired to look after his patients. But Crupperton was very sore next morning, and for a whole week there was no more football. Then they looked about them for more victims to their prowess, but they found none at all near home. At last, in despair, and in defiance of the advice of the CPS, the executive challenged Cantleville itself, agreeing to journey thither. In due course, and after the CFC had recovered from its surprise and consulted a gazetteer, it accepted. Cantleville was a very long distance away. Moreover, it was the city of those inland parts, and the headquarters of the civil service therein. Therefore the CPS and the constable discreetly refused to accompany their fellows. One of the pair, at least, had doubts as to whether Cantleville played the Crupperton game. So the blacksmith was elected captain. "You'd better stay at home," said the CPS. "The chaps over there are regular swells, up to all the latest dodges, and they wear uniforms. Besides, they may not quite understand our rules." "We will teach them," said the blacksmith. But the question of a uniform troubled him. So he took counsel with his now fast friend the saddler, and the result was that everyone packed a stiffly starched white shirt and a pair of black trousers into his valise. "How about your uniforms now?" said the blacksmith. "Nothing can be neater than that." So they went forth to battle, accompanied by the good wishes of the populace, but neither by doctor nor chemist. There were plenty of both at Cantleville. Also they were wise in their generation, and had doubts. Communication in these days was limited. Cantleville news arrived via Sydney, and the newspapers were a week old when delivered, so that the team brought its own tidings home. They had not had a good time. They had also been heavily fined, and they proposed to go afield no more. The blacksmith and the saddler, who had taken it out, were the last to appear. "I suppose you play rugby rules?" had asked blandly the secretary of the CFC, as he curiously surveyed the bushies on their arrival. "No, we don't," said the blacksmith. "We plays Crupperton," and no more questions were asked. But when it was seen what Crupperton rules meant, backs, half-backs, forwards, and all the rest of it, struck and refused to continue. Instead they took to chaffing the black and white magpies. Whereupon Crupperton, putting the question of football on one side, went at its opponents à la saddle-strap. Their places, however, they presently found taken by policemen. These latter every man handled to the best of his ability, and had to pay for accordingly. "Shoo," said the blacksmith as he finished. "They're nothing but a lot of tiddly-winkers up there. Let's have another match with saddle-strap." End of Far Inland Football by John Arthur Barry. Recording by Algy Pug.
Sailfish, the Atlantic brother to the Pacific swordfish. From Tales of Fishes by Zane Grey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the winter of 1916, I persuaded Captain Sam Johnson, otherwise famous as Horse Mackerel Sam of Seabright, New Jersey, to go to Long Key with me and see if the two of us as a team could not outwit those elusive and strange sailfish of the Gulf Stream. Sam and I have had many adventures going down to sea. At Seabright, we used to launch a Seabright skiff in the gray gloom of early morning and shoot the surf, and return shoreward in the afternoon to ride a great swell clear till it broke on the sand. When I think of Sam, I think of tuna, those torpedoes of the ocean. I have caught many tuna with Sam, and hooked big ones, but these giants are still roving the blue deeps. Once I hooked a tuna off Sandy Hook, out in the channel, and as I was playing him, the Lusitania bore down the channel. Like a mountain she loomed over us. I felt like an atom looking up and up. Passengers waved down to us as the tuna bent my rod. The great ship passed on in a seething roar, passed on to her tragic fate. We rode the heavy swells she lifted, and my tuna got away. Sam Johnson is from Norway. His ancestors lived by fishing. Sam knows and loves the sea. He has been a sailor before the mast, but he is more fisherman than sailor. He is a stalwart man with an iron, stern, weather-beaten face and keen blue eyes, and he has an arm like the branch of an oak. For many years he has been a market fisherman at Seabright, where on off days he pursued the horse mackerel for the fun of it, and which earned him his name. Better than any man I ever met, Sam knows the sea. He knows fish, he knows boats and engines, and I have reached a time in my experience of fishing where I want that kind of a boatman. Sam and I went after sailfish at Long Key, and we got them. But I do not consider the experience conclusive. If it had not been for my hard-earned knowledge of the Pacific swordfish, and for Sam's keenness on the sea, we would not have been so fortunate. We established the record, but what is more important, we showed what magnificent sport is possible. This event added much to the attractiveness of Long Key for me, and Long Key was attractive enough before. Sailfish had been caught occasionally at Long Key during every season, but I am inclined to believe that in most instances the capture of sailfish had been accident, mere fisherman's luck. Anglers have fished along the reef and inside, trolling with heavy tackle for anything that might strike, and once in a while a sailfish has somehow hooked himself. Mr. Shutt tells of hooking one on a Wilson spoon, and I know of another angler who had this happen. I know of one gentleman who told me he hooked a fish that he supposed was a barracuda, and while he was fighting this supposed barracuda, he was interested in the leaping of a sailfish near his boat. His boatman importuned him to hurry in the barracuda so there would be a chance to go after the leaping sailfish, but it turned out that the sailfish was on his hook. Another angler went out with heavy rod, the great B Ocean reel, and 2 big hooks, which is an outfit suitable only for large tuna or swordfish, and this fellow hooked a sailfish which had no chance and was dead in less than 10 minutes. A party of anglers were out on the reef, fishing for anything, and they decided to take a turn outside where I had been spending days after sailfish. Scarcely had these men left the reef when 5 sailfish loomed up, and all of them, with that perversity and capriciousness which makes fish so incomprehensible, tried to climb on board the boat. One, a heavy fish, did succeed in hooking himself and getting aboard. I could multiply events of this nature, but this is enough to illustrate my point, that there is a vast difference between several fishermen out of thousands bringing in several sailfish in one season, and one fisherman deliberately going after sailfish with light tackle and eventually getting them. It is not easy, on the contrary, it is extremely hard. It takes infinite patience, and very much has to be learned that can be learned only by experience. But it is magnificent sport, and worth any effort. It makes tarpon fishing tame by comparison. Tarpon fishing is easy. Anybody can catch a tarpon by going after him. But not every fisherman can catch a sailfish. One fisherman out of 100 will get his sailfish, but only 1 out of 1,000 will experience the wonder and thrill and beauty of the sport. Sail fishing is really sword fishing, and herein lies the secret of my success at Long Key. I am not satisfied that the sailfish I caught were all marlin and brothers to the Pacific marlin. The Atlantic fish are very much smaller than those of the Pacific, and are differently marked and built. Yet they are near enough alike to be brothers. There are 3 species that I know of in southern waters. The Histiophorus, the sailfish about which I am writing, and of which descriptions follow. There is another species, Tetrapterus albitus, which is not uncommon in the Gulf Stream. It is my impression that this species is larger. The Indians with whom I fished in the Caribbean tell of a great swordfish, in Spanish the aguja de casta, and this species must be related to Xiphias, the magnificent flat-billed swordfish of the Atlantic and Pacific. The morning of my greatest day with sailfish I was out in the Gulf Stream, 7 miles offshore, before the other fishermen had gotten out of bed. We saw the sun rise ruddy and bright out of the eastern sea, and we saw sailfish leap as if to welcome the rising of the Lord of Day. A dark, glancing ripple wavered over the water. There was just enough swell to make seeing fish easy. I was using a rod that weighed 9 ounces overall, and 1,200 feet of 15-thread line. I was not satisfied then that the regular light outfit of the tuna club, such as I used at Avalon, would do for sailfish. Number 9 breaks of its own weight, and I have had a sailfish run off 300 yards of line and jump all the time he was doing it. Besides, nobody knows how large these sailfish grow. I had hold of one that would certainly have broken my line if he had not thrown the hook. On this memorable day I had scarcely trolled half a mile out into the stream before I felt that inexplicable rap at my bait which swordfish and sailfish make with their bills. I jumped up and got ready. I saw a long bronze shape back of my bait. Then I saw and felt him take hold. He certainly did not encounter the slightest resistance in running out my line. He swam off slowly. I never had Sam throw out the clutch and stop the boat until after I had hooked the fish. I wanted the boat to keep moving, so if I did get a chance to strike at a fish, it would be with a tight line. These sailfish are wary, and this procedure is difficult. If the fish had run off swiftly, I would have struck sooner. Everything depends on how he takes the bait. This fellow took 50 feet of line before I hooked him. He came up at once, and with 2/3 of his body out of the water, he began to skitter toward us. He looked silver and bronze in the morning light. There was excitement on board. Sam threw out the clutch. My companions dove for the cameras, and we all yelled. The sailfish came skittering toward us. It was a spectacular and thrilling sight. He was not powerful enough to rise clear on his tail and do the famous trick of the Pacific swordfish, walking on the water. But he gave a mighty good imitation. Then before the cameras got in a snap, he went down, and he ran, to come up far astern and begin to leap. I threw off the drag and yelled, "Go!" This was pleasant for Sam, who kept repeating, "Look at him yump." The sailfish evidently wanted to pose for pictures, for he gave a wonderful exhibition of high and lofty tumbling, with the result, of course, that he quickly exhausted himself. Then came a short period during which he sounded, and I slowly worked him closer. Presently he swam toward the boat, the old swordfish trick. I never liked it, but with the sailfish I at least was not nervous about him attacking the boat. Let me add here that this freedom from dread, which is never absent during the fighting of a big swordfish, is one of the features so attractive in sail fishing. Besides, fish that have been hooked for any length of time, if they are going to shake or break loose, always do so near the boat. We moved away from this fellow, and presently he came up again and leaped 3 more times clear, making 19 leaps in all. That about finished his performance, so regretfully I led him alongside, and Sam, who had profited by our other days of landing sailfish, took him cautiously by the sword, and then by the gills, and slid him into the boat. Sailfish are never alike, except in general outline. This one was silver and bronze, with green bars, rather faint, and a dark blue sail without any spots. He measured 7 feet 1 inch, but we measured his quality by his leaps, and 19 gave him the record for us so far. We stowed him up in the bow and got under way again, and scarcely had I let my bait far enough astern when a sailfish had it. In fact, he rushed it. Quick as I was, which was as quick as a flash, I was not quick enough for that fish. He felt the hook and he went away, but he had been there long enough to get my bait. Just then Sam pointed. I saw a sailfish break water 100 yards away. "Look at him yump," repeated Sam every time the fish came out, which to be exact was 5 times. "We'll go over and pick him up," I said. Sam and I always argue a little about the exact spot where a fish has broken water. I never missed it far, but Sam seldom missed it at all. He could tell by a slight foam always left by the break. We had 2 baits out, as one or another of my companions always holds a rod. The more baits out, the better. We had 2 vicious, smashing strikes at the same time. The fish on the other rod let go just as I hooked mine. He came up beautifully, throwing the spray, glinting in the sun, an angry fish with sail spread and his fins going. Then on the boat was the same old thrilling bustle and excitement and hilarity I knew so well, and which always pleased me so much. The sailfish was a jumper. "Look at him yump," exclaimed Sam with as much glee as if he had not seen it before. The cameras got busy. Then I was attracted by something flashing in the water nearer the boat than my fish. Suddenly a sailfish leaped straight away over my line. Then 2 leaped at once, both directly over my line. "Sam, they'll cut my line," I cried. "What do you think of that?" Suddenly I saw sharp, dark, curved tails cutting the water. All was excitement on board that boat then. "A school of sailfish! Look! Look!" I yelled. I counted 10 tails, but there were more than that, and if I had been quicker I could have counted more. Presently they went down, and I, returning to the earth and the business of fishing, discovered that during the excitement my sailfish had taken advantage of a perfectly loose line to free himself. 9 leaps we recorded him. Assuredly, we all felt that there would be no difficulty in soon hooking up with another sailfish, and precisely 3 minutes later I was standing up, leaning forward, all a-quiver, watching my line fly off the reel. I hooked that fellow hard. He was heavy, and he did not come up or take off any length of line. Settling down slowly, he descended 300 or 400 feet, or so it seemed, and began to plug, very much like an albacore, only much heavier. He fooled around down there for 10 minutes, with me jerking at him all the time to irritate him, before he showed any sign of rising. At last I worried him into a fighting mood, and up he came, so fast that I did not even try to take up the slack, and he shot straight up. This jump, like that of a kingfish, was wonderful, but it was so quick that the cameras could not cover it, and we missed a great picture. He went down, only to leap again. I reeled in the slack line and began to jerk at him to torment him, and I got him to jumping and threshing right near the boat. The sun was in the faces of the cameras, and that was bad. And as it turned out, not one of these exposures was good. What a chance missed! But we did not know that then, and we kept on tormenting him and snapping pictures of his leaps. In this way, which was not careless, but deliberate, I played with him until he shook out the hook. 15 leaps was his record. Then it was interesting to see how soon I could raise another fish. I was on the qui-vive for a while, then settled back to the old expectant watchfulness. And presently I was rewarded by that vibrating rap at my bait. I stood up so the better to see. The swells were just right and the sun was over my shoulder. I spied the long, dark shape back of my bait, saw it slide up and strike, felt the sharp rap and again. Then came the gentle tug. I let out line, but he let go. Still I could see him plainly when the swell was right. I began to jerk my bait, to give it a jumping motion, as I had so often done with flying fish bait when after swordfish. He sheered off, then turned with a rush, broadside on, with his sail up. I saw him clearly, his whole length, and he appeared blue and green and silver. He took the bait and turned away from me, and when I struck the hook into his jaw, I felt that it would stay. He was not a jumper, only breaking clear twice. I could not make him leap. He fought hard enough, however, and with that tackle took 30 minutes to land. It was 8 o'clock. I had 2 sailfish in the boat and had fought 2 besides, and at that time I sighted the first fishing boat coming out toward the reef. Before that boat got out near us, I had struck and lost 3 more sailfish, with 11 leaps in all to my credit. This boatman had followed Sam and me the day before, and he appeared to be bent upon repeating himself. I thought I would rather enjoy that, because he had 2 inexperienced anglers aboard, and they, in the midst of a school of striking sailfish, would be sure to afford some fun. 3 other boats came out across the reef, ventured a little way in the Gulf Stream, and then went back to grouper and barracuda. But that one boatman, B, stuck to us, and right away things began to happen to his anglers. No one so lucky in strikes as a green hand. I saw them get 9 strikes without hooking a fish, and there appeared to be a turmoil on board that boat. I saw B tearing his hair and the fishermen frantically jerking, and then waving rods and arms. Much as I enjoyed it, Sam enjoyed it more, but I was not mean enough to begrudge them a fish, and believed that sooner or later they would catch one. Presently, when B's boat was just right for his anglers to see everything my way, I felt a tug on my line. I leaped up, let the reel run. Then I threw on my drag and leaned over to strike, but he let go. Quickly I threw off the drag. The sailfish came back, another tug. I let him run. Then threw on the drag and got ready, but no, he let go. Again I threw off the drag, and again he came back. He was hungry, but he was cunning too, and too far back for me to see. I let him run 50 feet, threw on the drag, and struck hard. No go. I missed him. But again I threw off the drag, let out more line back to him, and he took the bait the 4th time, and harder than ever. I let him run perhaps 100 feet. All the time, of course, my boat was running. I had out a long line, 200 yards. Then I threw on the drag and almost cracked the rod. This time I actually felt the hook go in. How heavy and fast he was. The line slipped off, and I was afraid of the drag. I threw it off, no easy matter with that weight on it, and then the line whistled. The sailfish was running straight toward B's boat, and, I calculated, should be close to it. "Sam," I yelled, "watch him. If he jumps, he'll jump into that boat." Then he came out, the biggest sailfish I ever saw, and he leaped magnificently, not 20 yards back of the boat. He must have been beyond the lines of the trolling anglers. I expected him to cross them or cut himself loose. We yelled to B to steer off, and while we yelled, the big sailfish leaped and leaped, apparently keeping just as close to the boat. He certainly was right upon it, and he was a savage leaper. He would shoot up, wag his head, his tail spread like the ears of a mad elephant, and would turn clear over to alight with a smack and splash that we plainly heard, and he had out 900 feet of line. Because of his size, I wanted him badly, but, badly as that was, I fought him without a drag, let him run and leap, and I hoped he would jump right into the boat. Afterward, these anglers told me they expected him to do just that, and were scared to death. Also, they said a close sight of him leaping was beautiful and thrilling in the extreme. I did not keep track of all this sailfish's leaps, but Sam recorded 23, and that is enough for any fisherman. I venture to state that it will not be beaten very soon. When he stopped leaping, we drew him away from the other boat and settled down to a hard fight with a heavy, stubborn game fish. In perhaps half an hour I had him 20 yards away, and there he stayed while I stood up on the stern to watch him and keep clear of the propeller. He weaved from side to side exactly like a tired swordfish, and every now and then he would stick out his bill and swish. He would cut at the leader. This fish was not only much larger than any I had seen, but also more brilliantly colored. There were suggestions of purple that reminded me of the swordfish, that royal purple game of the Pacific. Another striking feature was that in certain lights he was a vivid green, and again, when deeper, he assumed a strange triangular shape, much like that of a kite. That, of course, was when he extended the wide, waving sail. I was not able to see that this sail afforded him any particular aid. It took me an hour to tire out this sailfish, and when we got him in the boat he measured 7 feet and 6 inches, which was 4 inches longer than any record I could find then. At 11 o'clock I had another in the boat, making 4 sailfish in all. We got 14 jumps out of this last one. That was the end of my remarkable luck, though it was luck to me to hook other sailfish during the afternoon, and running up the number of leaps. I am proud of that anyway, and to those who criticized my catch as unsportsmanlike, I could only say that it was a chance of a lifetime, and I was after photographs of leaping sailfish. Besides, I had a great opportunity to beat my record of 4 swordfish in one day at Clemente Island in the Pacific, but I was not equal to it. I do not know how to catch sailfish yet, though I have caught a good many. The sport is young, and it is as difficult as it is trying. This catch of mine made fishermen flock to the stream all the rest of the season, and more fish were caught than formerly. But the proportion held about the same, although I consider that fishing for a sailfish and catching one is a great gain in point. Still, we do not know much about sailfish or how to take them. If I got 20 strikes and caught only 4 fish, very likely the smallest that bit, I most assuredly was not doing skillful fishing as compared with other kinds of fishing. And there is the rub. Sailfish are not any other kind of fish. They have a wary and cunning habit, with an exceptional occasion of blind hunger, and they have small bony jaws into which it is hard to sink a hook. Not one of my sailfish was hooked deep down, yet I let nearly all of them run out a long line. Moreover, as I said before, if a sailfish is hooked, there are 10 chances to 1 that he will free himself. This one thing, then, I believe I have proved to myself, that the sailfish is the gamest, the most beautiful and spectacular, and the hardest fish to catch on light tackle, just as his brother, the Pacific swordfish, is the grandest fish to take on the heaviest of tackle. Long Key, indeed, has its charm. Most all the anglers who visit there go back again. Only the queer ones, and there are many, who want 3 kinds of boats and 9 kinds of bait, and a deep-sea diver for a boatman, and tackle that cannot be broken, and smooth, calm seas always, and 500 pounds of fish a day. Only that kind complain of Long Key and kick, and yet go back again. Sailfish will draw more and finer anglers down to the white strip of color that shines white all day under a white sun, and the same all night under white stars. But it is not alone the fish that draws real sportsmen to a place, and makes them love it, and profit by their return. It is the spirit of the place, the mystery, like that of the little hermit crab which crawls over the coral sand in his stolen shell, and keeps to his lonely course, and loves his life so well. Sunshine, which is the best of all for men, and the wind in the waving palms, and the lonely wandering coast with the eternal moan out on the reefs, the sweet fresh tang, the clear antiseptic breath of salt, and always by the glowing hot colorful day, or by the soft dark night with its shadows and whisperings on the beach, that significant presence, that sense of something vaster than the heaving sea. Light tackle in the Gulf Stream. In view of the present controversy between light tackle and heavy tackle champions, I think it advisable for me to state more definitely my stand on the matter of light tackle before going on with a story about it. There is a sharp line to be drawn between light tackle that is right and light tackle that is wrong. So few anglers ever seem to think of the case of the poor fish. In Borneo there is a species of lightning bug that tourists carry around at night on spits, delighted with the novelty. But is that not rather hard on the lightning bugs? As a matter of fact, if we are to develop as anglers who believe in conservation and sportsmanship, we must consider the fish, his right to life, and especially if he must be killed, to do it without brutality. Brutal it is to haul in a fish on tackle so heavy that he has no chance for his life. Likewise, it is brutal to hook a fish on tackle so light that if he does not break it, he must be followed around and all over, chased by a motorboat hour after hour until he practically dies of exhaustion. I have had many tarpon and many tuna taken off my hooks by sharks because I was using tackle too light. It never appeared an impossible feat to catch marlin swordfish on a 9-thread line, nor sailfish on a 6-thread line. But those lines are too light. My business is to tell stories. If I can be so fortunate as to make them thrilling and pleasing for the edification of thousands who have other business and therefore less leisure, then that is a splendid thing for me. It is a responsibility that I appreciate. But on the other hand, I must tell the truth. I must show my own development. I must be of service to the many who have so much more time to read than fish. It is not enough to give pleasure merely. A writer should instruct. And if what I say above offends any fisherman, I am sorry, and I suggest that he read it twice. What weight tackle to use is not such a hard problem to decide. All it takes is some experience. To quote Mr. Bates, the principle is that the angler should subdue the fish by his skill with rod and line, and put his strength into the battle to end it, and not employ a worrying process to a frightened fish that does not know what it is fighting. End of Sailfish, the Atlantic Brother to the Pacific Swordfish, by Zane Grey.
Disarming, by John Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There are various methods of disarming attempted, but the safest and most likely to succeed is, after parrying an inside cut to change quickly to the outside, and lunging forward to bear your adversary's blade out of the line, to the outside. Then step with your left foot up to his right heel, seize his shell with your left hand, quit your bearing on his blade, and present your point to his breast. A disarm on the hanging guard may be effected by making cut 3 at the feeble of your antagonist's blade, traversing at the same time to the left, and gliding the edge of your sword strongly against the back of your opponent's. It will, however, require some caution, lest he should turn his wrist at the instant you attempt it, and make a cut at the inside. Those disarms which are to be effected by wrenching from an inside guard to a second hanging guard, or from an outside guard to a half circle, will not often succeed, except with very light swords. With such, they must be commenced by turning the knuckles rather more up than usual on those guards, and swiftly reversing them as you wrench the adversary's blade down, directing your point rather in a diagonal line across his body, than permitting it to form a circle. These latter disarms are only applicable if the antagonist presents his blade and arm nearly horizontal, and in that case, if they do not succeed in wrenching the sword out of his hand, will prove useful to obtain an opening for a cut or thrust. The method of avoiding them is by disengaging under your adversary's hilt at the instant he endeavours to cross your blade. If this disengage be well timed, he may probably throw his own sword from his hand by not meeting the resistance he expected. End of Disarming, by John Taylor.
Teams that have won the Football Association Cup, by C.B. Fry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We have pleasure in announcing that we have made arrangements with Mr. C.B. Fry, who is not only the greatest athlete alive, but also the most entertaining writer on all subjects connected with athletics, to supply articles for no other magazines than those issued by this firm. We may take this opportunity of stating that a similar arrangement exists between us and Mr. W. W. Jacobs. At the time when the Cup was instituted, in 1872, the famous Wanderers Club held disputed but triumphant sway in the land. In constitution, it somewhat resembled the present-day Corinthians. Originally, its members were drawn almost exclusively from the public schools and Oxford and Cambridge, although subsequently the rules of the club were relaxed in favour of a wider scope of membership. The Wanderers Club was not only the strongest in point of play, but also exerted the greatest influence in early association football. The nearest rivals of the Wanderers in strength and in popular estimation were the Royal Engineers, and then came Oxford University and the Old Etonians. These four were the only clubs that won their way to the finals during the first 7 years of the competition. The record of the Wanderers was decidedly brilliant, for they won the Cup 5 times out of the first 7. Oxford University was successful in the 3rd year, and the Royal Engineers in the 4th. By their third successive win in 1878, the Wanderers won the cup outright, and were entitled to keep it, but they returned it to the association with the proviso that a rule should be passed whereby the cup should never, even after a triple win, become the permanent property of a club. The final ties in these early years were fought out with tremendous vigour. The first final of all, in 1872, between the Wanderers and the Royal Engineers at Kennington Oval, provided an historic struggle. They were the two most powerful clubs of the day, and the meeting between them excited great interest. The Engineers, owing to the more limited extent of their resources, were favoured by popular sympathy. Indeed, they were considered to have the better chance of winning on the supposition that they were fitter and had better combination. It is curious to note that even in these early days, when the force of individual play was paramount, and combined tactics had been reduced to no sort of system, the idea of the advantage of combination was present to the minds of critics. The Wanderers, however, whose forwards were rather heavier and faster than those of the opposing club, had much the best of the play, and won by 1-0. The smallness of the score was chiefly due to the excellent goalkeeping of Colonel Merriman, CSI, who, as a report says, held the military fortress in transcendent style. Mr. C.W. Alcock, so well known as the secretary for many years of the Football Association, and the present secretary of the Surrey Cricket Club, was captain of the Wanderers that year. He was a very powerful and determined forward, and his play in the match was highly praised. To indicate the spirit in which the game was fought out, it may be mentioned that one of the losing side, Cresswell, was unfortunate enough to smash his collarbone in the first 10 minutes, but in spite of this continued to play vigorously throughout the game. The late Sir Francis Marindin, afterwards president of the association and a great name in the history of the game, played for the Royal Engineers in this match. The final next year, 1873, was played on the old athletic ground at Lillie Bridge between the Wanderers and Oxford University, and the former club won, much in the same style as on the first occasion, by 2-0. The varsity men were better together, but the Wanderers more brilliant individually. A feature of the match was the exceptional play of the Hon. A.F., now Lord, Kinnaird, so familiar to all followers of football as one of the strongest and the kindliest influences on the development and government of association football. A curious incident in the match was that the Oxford team, finding themselves unable to press home their attack, adopted in the second half the expedient of playing without a goalkeeper. This is very interesting as showing that in those days much more importance was attached to attack than to defence. Indeed, it is quite true to say that a large part of the defence was done by the forwards. In accounts of the game, one comes repeatedly across descriptions of how the forwards came back, relieved pressure near goal, and transferred the ball to the other end. But the Oxford expedient did not succeed, for C.W. Wollaston scored a very easy goal for the Wanderers. In the third year, 1874, the Wanderers, playing below strength, were beaten in a preliminary round by Oxford, who met the Engineers in the final and won by 2-0. The match was played at the Oval before 5,000 spectators, a number described at the time as huge. What should we think of such a huge gate now? The dribbling of C.J. Ottaway, the celebrated Oxford cricketer, was much admired, as also was the play on the other side of the gentleman who is now Colonel P.G. Fondonop, R.E., of the Board of Trade, to whose courtesy I am indebted for information about the Royal Engineers Club. Some of the terms used in describing the match are interesting. Oxford scored their first goal by lifting the ball cleverly over a bully. There is, too, something naive in the following. Just before call of time, a well-judged shot from the corner flag, a penalty kick, landed the ball under the tape and between the posts of the Sappers' goal. But as the claim of a goal was not advanced, the incident passed off unnoticed. The fourth final, that of 1875, ended after a tight game in a well-merited victory for the Engineers, who at length achieved a fitting reward for their plucky football and the excellent organisation of their club. As a matter of fact, the first attempt at this final, though an extra half-hour was played, ended in a draw. In the replay, the Old Etonian team, for whom both Kinnaird and Ottaway played, was somewhat weakened. Still, the Sappers richly deserved their triumph. The next 3 years, 1876, 1877 and 1878, the Cup went to the Wanderers. In 1876, the Wanderers beat the Old Etonians by 3-0 after a drawn game. The Wanderers had much the best of the replay, for the Etonian contingent was somewhat battered about in the first game. It is narrated that the Wanderers' forwards were better together, but that the Etonians held a decided advantage in charging. In those days, players went very straight and hard. Their vigour would have scandalised a modern referee, but charging was then as essential a part of the game as passing is now. The half-back play in this match of the Honourable Edward Littleton, the present headmaster of Haileybury, was described as brilliant, and the close and effective dribbling of the Hon. Alfred Littleton, the All-England cricketer and noted K.C., evoked frequent applause. There are not many future headmasters or K.C.s in our present-day finals. In 1877, the Wanderers beat Oxford after an extra half-hour by 2-0. The varsity men were much praised for their skill in backing up, a term which reminds us now rather of rugby than association, and which indicates the style of forward play then in vogue, but the Wanderers lasted the better. Lord Kinnaird kept goal for the Wanderers in this match. We read that a point was justly given against him because he stepped ball in hand through his own goal. He usually played half-back, in which position he was a very powerful player, noted for his tough vigour and inexhaustible stamina. The Wanderers' third successive win was over the Engineers. They won somewhat easily by 3-1, owing to the superior speed of their forwards. J. Kirkpatrick, the Wanderers' goalkeeper, according to a contemporary record, fractured his arm early in the game, but continued to play all through. After this year, the strength of the Wanderers was dissipated by the growth of the old boy clubs. When the latter clubs increased in number, the Wanderers had the alternatives of facing a change in the source of their membership, or of relying upon the leavings of the old boys' clubs, and as a result they ceased to be a power in the land. They had done fine work, but their day was past. They were beaten in 1879 by the Old Etonians, by the substantial margin of 7-2 in the first round. Their victors contested the final of that year with the Clapham Rovers, and won a hard match by 1-0. But the Clapham Rovers, who possessed in N.C. Bailey one of the finest half-backs who have ever played, beat Oxford University in the final of 1880. The next year, 1881, saw a tremendous struggle between the Old Carthusians and the Old Etonians, which roused, of course, intense excitement among the past and present members of the respective schools. The Carthusians won by 3-0. They were, it is written, in better condition, in fact in the pink of it, and more impetuous. Captain E.G. Wynyard, the Hampshire batsman, headed the first goal. There is a present-day ring about headed the ball beneath the crossbar. Hitherto, goals are mostly described as having been kicked beneath the tape. The second goal, too, reads quite modern. Page and Parry passed and repassed, and Parry scored. The season of 1882 marks an important epoch in the history of the Cup. For the first time, a provincial club reached the final. The association game had held from early days a strong interest in Sheffield, but the Sheffielders had somewhat delayed their development by sticking to their own rules, which differed somewhat from those universally accepted in the South when the Cup was instituted. Hence it was that Lancashire, where the game spread like wildfire once introduced, sent the first provincial team to the Oval. This was none other than the Blackburn Rovers. The Rovers had enjoyed a wonderful season and were confidently expected by their supporters to knock out the Old Etonians. But after a desperate encounter, the Southern club scored a narrow win. The success was largely due to some superhuman defensive work by P.J. Paravicini, who saved the Etonian goal time after time by literally hurling himself in front of the ball. Paravicini, who is well known as an old Middlesex cricketer, was a most determined back. A.T.B. Dunn, the late treasurer of the Corinthians FC, who played back for England against Scotland in 1892, distinguished himself in this match with his speed and cleverness as a forward. There is a story that the Blackburn people were so confident of victory that they brought down with them from home a poetical effusion celebrating their triumph. In consequence, they came in for a considerable amount of chaff. But inasmuch as their team won the cup 5 times during the next 9 years, their local bard may be said to have justified himself, if not as a poet, at any rate as a prophet. Nowadays, football poets do these things rather more discreetly. They go to the big matches, armed with 2 sets of poems, one for each side, and are careful to suppress the wrong one. The next year, the provinces made good their position. Blackburn Olympic beat the Old Etonians in the final. Never since that day has an old boy club, or a club of a similar description, won its way to the final. Still, on this occasion, the Etonians made a great fight, and were only defeated after extra time had been played. Their weight and speed held against their opponent's combination till condition began to tell. The beaten side were unlucky in having their best forward, A.T.B. Dunn, completely disabled fairly early in the game. The grand resistance they made was chiefly due to the backplay of Paravicini and French, and the unflagging skill and stamina of Kinnaird at half-back. It is said that Kinnaird was the only man on the Etonian side who lasted through the match. It seems that for the first time in a cup final, the present distribution of the side was used, for, whereas the Etonians stuck to the old arrangement of 6 forwards, 2 halves, 2 backs and a goalkeeper, the Olympic seem to have reduced their forward rank by 1 and played a centre half-back. The following criticism is instructive. We congratulate the Olympic Club on their splendid condition wherein they outclassed their opponents, though we must say that going into actual training was never contemplated by those who instituted the cup competition. Nowadays, no team thinks of playing, even in the first round, without a very careful and special course of training. Verily, times have changed. The 8 years of 1884 till 1891 may be called the era of the Blackburn Rovers, for during this time they won the cup 5 times, thus equalling the record of the Wanderers. The Rovers also achieved the feat of winning in 3 successive years. On the 3rd occasion, the Football Association, being unable to allow the cup to become the permanent property of the Rovers, awarded them a silver shield to commemorate their notable performance. Their first 2 victories were over Queen's Park, Glasgow, which is to this day the premier amateur club of Scotland. In those days, Scotland was almost entirely given over to rugby, so much so that when the idea was mooted of playing an international match between Scotland and England, much indignation was expressed in Scotland. It was said that inasmuch as Scotchmen played rugby, and rugby was their game, the match with England under association rules was absurd. However, Queen's Park soon made many proselytes, and the idea was carried out. As a matter of fact, the cup final between the Rovers and Queen's Park in 1884 was invested with practically the full interest of an international encounter in addition to its own. The unprecedented number of 12,000 spectators attended the match at Kennington Oval. The Scotchmen were expected to win, although the idea of combination and passing had already been partially exploited. Queen's Park appears to have been the first team to introduce a real system of systematic short passing, such as was afterwards perfected by Preston North End, and has since become the fundamental principle of forward play. In the match in question, the Scottish forwards appear to have overrun the Rovers, who, however, were very strong in defence, and succeeded in preserving their goal in spite of close pressure. Gradually the tide turned, and the Rovers in their turn attacked with such success that they won the match by 2-1. The secret of the Rovers' success on this and other occasions appears to have consisted partly in the power of their defence and partly in their knack of pushing home an advantage when they got one. They often won, even when their opponents apparently had the better of the game. The final of 1885, also between the Rovers and Queen's Park, was won by the former, chiefly by reason of superior defence. The Rovers had an exceptionally fine goalkeeper in H. Arthur and two remarkable half-backs in J. Forrest and G. Howarth. Their forwards, too, were very strong, especially Lofthouse and Fessett. Several famous Scottish players represented Queen's Park, notably Dr. J. Smith, W. Arnott and W. Seller. Dr. Smith was a fine forward and had a great reputation. Arnott is generally reckoned as the cleverest back that ever played for Scotland. With these two matches it may be said that the modern era of football had begun, for the general tenor of the play differed only slightly from the big professional clubs of today. The Blackburn Rovers won the cup again in 1886. The final this year was notable from the fact that it was the first time a Midland club, West Bromwich Albion, succeeded in struggling into the last stage. After a draw at the Oval, the match was replayed at Derby amid intense excitement. This too was the first time a final had been played in the provinces. The crowd at Derby was an extraordinary sight. Even the framework on the neighbouring racecourse, whereon are posted the numbers of jockeys and starters, was occupied by clinging spectators. The Rovers' defence again prevailed, and they won by 2-0. In the next 3 years the Rovers failed to reach the final, but they appeared again in 1890 and scored an easy win of 6-1 over Sheffield Wednesday, and again the next year when they beat Notts by 3-1. This victory brought their remarkable career in the cup ties to a close. Since then they have not again survived to a final. No other club, however, has at all rivalled their success. The two Birmingham clubs, Aston Villa and West Bromwich Albion, may be bracketed together as cup fighters, second only to Blackburn Rovers. Indeed, considering the increase of competition, their record is almost as good. The Villa Club has won 3 times, in 1887, 1895 and 1897, and has figured once besides in the final unsuccessfully. West Bromwich has won twice, in 1888 and 1892, and has figured 3 times as runner-up. Curiously enough, these two clubs have met 3 times in the final, 2 of the matches going to the Villa and 1 to West Bromwich. The Villa's first victory in the cup was over its next-door neighbour. This was in the days of Archie Hunter, who led his men in wonderful style as centre-forward. The second triumph of the Villa was also at the expense of West Bromwich. A memorable point about this match was a new departure made by the association in selecting the Crystal Palace ground for the scene of the match. It was formerly one of the traditions of the final, broken only in a single instance, that it should take place at Kennington Oval, but the Surrey Cricket Club feared for its turf. The Crystal Palace authorities, by draining and filling one of their artificial lakes, made a splendid playing area with accommodation for over 100,000 spectators, and the final has been played there ever since. The game, though it went on the whole in favour of the winners, proved exceedingly close and exciting. The half-backs on both sides distinguished themselves, especially Reynolds, formerly a West Bromwich player, who had transferred his services. The forward play was voted rather disappointing, for a great deal had been expected of the Villa front rank, which included Athersmith, Deavy and Hodgetts. but W.J. Bassett, the West Bromwich outside right, in spite of being very closely watched, played with his usual brilliance. In 1897, the Villa had a remarkable team, and beat another very strong team in Everton by 3-2. The Villa half-back line, consisting of Reynolds, James Cowan and Crabtree, was one of the best that has ever played for a club. Many people consider that the standard of play on this occasion was the highest that has ever been seen in a final tie. When the cup was in possession of Aston Villa after their second win, it was stolen from the shop window of a jeweller where it had been placed for the people of Birmingham to see. The thief removed a pane of glass and retired with the trophy into oblivion, so the Villa could not comply with the regulation whereby the cup must be returned by February the 1st in each year. The association had another silver cup made, an exact facsimile of the old one. The value of the cup is only £20. When the Wolverhampton Wanderers beat Everton in the final of 1893, the president of the club presented each of the players with a miniature model of the cup, and it was from one of these that the second cup was copied. The two victories of West Bromwich Albion were in 1888 and 1892. In the first case, they scored an unexpected win over the famous old North End team. The Lancashire club came to the final with a remarkable record for the year, having won 37 games and drawn 1 out of 38 played. The West Bromwich team, always game in cup ties however, rose to the occasion and won by 2-1. In their second win, West Bromwich revenged themselves upon Aston Villa. The latter team was expected to win easily, but went under by 3-0. The success of the winners was due to the staunchness of their defence and the dash of their forwards. Their goalkeeper, J. Reader, proved a champion, and the backs and half-backs were much more lively and efficient than those of the Villa. Indeed, the Villa team appeared to be stale and overtrained. The forwards played a short passing game, which was pretty and effective enough in midfield, but, as is often the case with this style, fizzled out near their opponent's goal. The West Bromwich forwards crossed the ball from wing to wing, and were dangerous every time they got through. W.J. Bassett was especially prominent. The crowd at the Oval for this match was so great that all gates were shut some time before kick-off. The writer was unable to get into the ground, but viewed the match from the chimney of an adjoining cottage, whither he climbed by means of a ladder made of a water butt and 3 kitchen chairs. A guardsman who tried to attain the same eminence got no farther than the inside of the water butt. The portraits of this team are given on the top of the preceding page. The remaining cup winners have been successful only on one occasion each. The performance of Preston North End, the winning team of 1889, constitutes a remarkable record. This team played right through the competition and won the trophy without having a single goal scored against it. It beat the Wolverhampton Wanderers in the final by 3-0. Although there are some who consider the teams produced subsequently by Sunderland and Aston Villa were equal to the old Preston North End, the balance of opinion seems to favour the cup winners of 1889 as the finest team that has yet been seen. Its great success was due to the perfection to which it reduced scientific combined play, both in attack and in defence, coupled with the individual excellence of each one of the 11. No amount of combination, however perfect, could have produced the results achieved by Preston North End, had not each member of the team been a first-rate player. The truth is that the team was one of remarkable individual excellence, using this excellence on a system of complete cooperation. The strength of the backs and half-backs who could keep their goal intact through the cup ties can be realised only by those who know what cup tie football is. The North End defence gave one the idea of having been perfectly planned out beforehand, with a knowledge of exactly what the other side was going to do at every turn of the match. The forwards, too, worked together like parts of a machine. The 3 inside men, James Ross, John Goodall and F. Dewhurst, played the short passing game to perfection, but unlike many of their imitators, drove their attack home with persistent vigour. Their game got goals, it did not merely look clever in midfield. The victory of the Wolverhampton Wanderers over Everton in 1893 was won at Fallowfield near Manchester. Everton had the best of the first half, but the Wanderers, who were a very heavy team, wore them down until H. Allen, their centre half-back, scored the only goal of the match with a long dropping shot. Chadwick and Millward, the Everton left wing, played very strongly, and a notable figure on the winning side was H. Wood, the present captain of Southampton. The Cup competition of 1894 was full of surprises. Notts County, the winning team, belonged to the second division of the league, and Bolton Wanderers, whom they beat in the final, held only a low place in the First League. Neither club was considered of the same class as Aston Villa or Sunderland. Notts achieved a somewhat easy victory by 4-1. The Bolton team was rather stale, owing to recent hard work in the league matches, and its halfbacks and backs played much below form. The fine goalkeeping of Sutcliffe saved the losers from a much heavier defeat. The final of 1896 was between Sheffield Wednesday and the Wolverhampton Wanderers. The former scraped home with a narrow win. The teams were about equal forward, but the Sheffield defence was the more effective. Their backs, especially Earp, had a neater style and kicked cleaner than their opponents, and were the more skillful at keeping the ball in play. They had too, in Crawshaw, the best half-back engaged. The final of 1898 between Notts Forest and Derby County produced a somewhat disappointing game. The Derby team was reckoned on previous performances to be much the stronger, especially in forward play. The Nottsmen had given a very weak exhibition in their semi-final against Southampton, when they won in the last few minutes of the match, chiefly by aid of a heavy snowstorm which beat in their opponents' faces. However, they won the final on their merits, for their defence held good, whereas that of their opponents went all to pieces. The Sheffield United team which beat Derby County in the final of 1899 was chiefly notable for its nerve and stamina, for the skill of its three half-backs, Johnson, Moran and Needham, and for the consummate judgment displayed by the last named in his capacity as captain. The Derby team was a good one, and for a considerable part of the game played the better football. The forwards, led by Bloomer, went straight and fast, and passed accurately in a style that contrasted favourably with the more ragged attack of their opponents. But though they led by 1 goal at half-time, their efforts in front of goal were unfortunate, and they subsequently fell away. The Sheffield men stuck to their work with undaunted energy, and displayed the same staunch and steady qualities that brought them through several tough engagements in the preceding rounds. They wore their opponents down, and in the end won easily by 4-1. A feature of the game was the marvellous skill with which Needham from half-back managed to marshal and inspire the line of forwards in front of him. The next 2 years, which brings us up to the present day, were notable for the reappearance for the first time since 1883 of southern clubs in the final. This feature, however, was due not to rejuvenescence of the old-time amateur strength, but to the growth and development of powerful professional teams in the south. In 1900, Southampton, much to the surprise of those who did not know how strong the better professional teams in the south had become, won their way through to meet Bury in the final. The southern team, however, appeared stale, failed to reproduce the fine form it had shown in the preliminary rounds, and was easily beaten by 4-0. The Bury team was a strong one at all points, but especially dangerous owing to the speed and cleverness of its forward line. Its forwards played in a style which on the whole appears to be the most successful in matches played under the stress of great excitement. They relied chiefly upon long passing and energetic following up of the ball, rather than on accurate exchanges of the slow order. yet their combination was good and there was nothing crude or unkempt in their play. McLucky, the centre forward, and Plant, the outside left, put in many excellent individual runs. The honour of Southern football was thoroughly vindicated next year when Sheffield United was defeated in the final by Tottenham Hotspur. The first attempt at deciding the match ended in a draw. The game excited unprecedented interest. Over 114,000 people attended the game at the Crystal Palace. The replay at Bolton was somewhat of an anticlimax, but the Southern team won with some ease. The winning team well deserved its success, for it maintained a high degree of excellence throughout the cup ties. Its main source of strength was the admirable understanding between the half-backs and forwards, and the ability of the former to set the latter going and to back up their efforts near goal. The team also possessed the centre forward, most trustworthy in shooting goals. But the success of the Tottenham men was due in a large measure to their level-headedness and imperturbability. They played their cup ties exactly as they played an ordinary game. The pictures used were kindly lent by H. Keyes, Esquire, president of the famous West Bromwich Albion Club. End of teams that have won the Association Cup. Read by Phil Benson.
How MacDougall Topped the Score by Thomas A. Spencer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Son of the Exiles. How MacDougall Topped the Score. A peaceful spot is Piper's Flat, the folk that live around. They keep themselves by keeping sheep and turning up the ground. But the climate is erratic and the consequences are the struggle with the elements is everlasting war. We plough and sow and harrow, then sit down and pray for rain, and then we all get flooded out and have to start again. But the folk are now rejoicing as they ne'er rejoiced before, for we've played Molongo cricket and MacDougall topped the score. Molongo had a head on it and challenged us to play a single innings match for lunch, the losing team to pay. We were not great guns at cricket, but we couldn't well say no, so we all began to practice and we let the reaping go. We scoured the flat for 10 miles round to muster up our men, but when the list was totalled we could only number 10. Then up spoke big Tim Brady, he was always slow to speak, and he said, "What price MacDougall, who lives down at Cooper's Creek?" So we sent for old MacDougall, and he stated in reply that he'd never played at cricket, but he'd half a mind to try. He couldn't come to practice, he was getting in his hay, but he guessed he'd show the beggars from Molongo how to play. Now MacDougall was a Scotsman and a canny one at that, so he started into practice with a paling for a bat. He got Mrs. Mac to bowl him, but she couldn't run at all, so he trained his sheepdog Pincher how to scout and fetch the ball. Now Pincher was no puppy, he was old and worn and grey, but he understood MacDougall, and, accustomed to obey, when MacDougall cried out "Fetch it!" he would fetch it in a trice, but until the word was "Drop it!" he would grip it like a vice. And each succeeding night they played until the light grew dim. Sometimes MacDougall struck the ball, sometimes the ball struck him. Each time he struck, the ball would plough a furrow in the ground, and when he missed the impetus would turn him 3 times round. The fateful day at length arrived, the day that was to see Molongo bite the dust or Piper's Flat knocked up a tree. Molongo's captain won the toss and sent his men to bat, and they gave some leather hunting to the men of Piper's Flat. When the ball sped where MacDougall stood, firm planted in his track, he shut his eyes and turned him round and stopped it with his back. The highest score was 22, the total 66. when Brady sent a Yorker down that scattered Johnson's sticks. Then Piper's Flat went into bat for glory and renown, but like the grass before the scythe, our wickets tumbled down. 9 wickets down for 17 with 50 more to win. Our captain heaved a heavy sigh and sent McDougall in. £10 to 1 you lose it, cried a barracker from town, but McDougall said, I'll take it, mon, and planked the money down. Then he girded up his moleskins in a self-reliant style, threw off his hat and boots, and faced the bowler with a smile. He held the bat the wrong way out, and Johnson, with a grin, stepped lightly to the bowling crease and sent a wobbler in. McDougall spooned it softly back, and Johnson waited there, but McDougall, crying, Fetch it, started running like a hare. Malongo shouted, Victory! He's out as sure as eggs, when Pincher started through the crowd and ran through Johnson's legs. He seized the ball like lightning, then he ran behind a log, and McDougall kept on running while Malongo chased the dog. They chased him up, they chased him down, they chased him round, and then he darted through a slip rail as the scorer shouted 10. McDougall puffed, Malongo swore, excitement was intense as the scorer marked down 20. Pincher cleared a barbed wire fence. Let us head him, shrieked Malongo. Brain the mongrel with a bat. Run it out, good old McDougall, yelled the men of Piper's Flat. And McDougall kept on jogging, and then Pincher doubled back, and the scorer counted 40 as they raced across the track. McDougall's legs were going fast, Malongo's breath was gone, but still Malongo chased the dog, McDougall struggled on. When the scorer shouted 50, then they knew the chase could cease, and McDougall gasped out, Drop it, as he dropped within his crease. Then Pincher dropped the ball, and, as instinctively he knew, discretion was the wiser plan, he disappeared from view. And as Malongo's beaten men exhausted lay around, we raised McDougall shoulder high and bore him from the ground. We bore him to McGuinness's, where lunch was ready laid, and filled him up with whisky punch, for which Malongo paid. We drank his health in bumpers, and we cheered him 3 times 3, and when Malongo got its breath, Malongo joined the spree. And the critics say they never saw a cricket match like that, when McDougall broke the record in the game at Piper's Flat. And the folk are jubilating as they never did before, for we played Malongo cricket, and McDougall topped the score. End of How McDougall Topped the Score by Thomas A. Spencer.
Marbles, from Healthful Sports for Boys by Alfred Rochefort. Marbles, where made, terms of the games, different games, how to acquire skill. Each season has its own particular work for the farmer, and he does his work without direction from or consultation with his neighbors or anyone else. Each season has its own particular games for the young folks, and they take to them without any suggestion from outsiders, just as young ducks take to water, without any instructions from the mother bird. The seasons in the South Temperate Zone are just the opposite to those in the North. Some years ago I spent the months of July and August in New Zealand, and great was my surprise to find the boys down in Dunedin snowballing on the 4th of July, while the sleigh bells made music through the streets. In the following October, which is the spring month in Victoria, Australia, I found the youngsters of Melbourne playing marbles, just as the boys in New York had been doing when I left it the previous May. Marbles. We have reason to believe that the first marbles were fashioned from pebbles on the ocean's shore, or ground into smoothness by the action of river currents. We do not know when or where marbles originated, but of the antiquity of the game we are very sure. Egyptian boys played marbles before the days of Moses, and marbles are among the treasures found buried in the ruins of Pompeii, which you will remember was destroyed by an eruption of lava from Vesuvius in the 1st century of the Christian era. Today marbles are played in every civilized land under the sun, and with slight differences the method of shooting and the games are practically the same. Germans are the greatest toy and game makers in the world, and so we should not be surprised to learn that that great country not only produces the most marbles, but also the very best. From Germany we get the finest agates, the beauty and value of which every lover of the game knows. The more common marbles are made in Saxony, of a fine kind of white limestone, which is practically a variety of the building material known as marble, and from which the name is derived. Broken into small pieces, and the irregular bits placed between 2 grooved grinders, the lower one being stone and the upper wood, power is applied, and after much rotating the spheres are turned out, hundreds at a time, and these are afterwards sorted and polished. Glass marbles, some of which are imitation agates, are cast in molds that close so perfectly that the place where they join cannot be seen in the finished product. China marbles are made from pottery clay, and after being joined are baked, and sometimes they are painted. The small gray, brown, or black marbles, usually called commies, are little balls of clay, baked and glazed. These, being the cheapest, are the most numerous, and are usually the objects of attack, and so change owners the oftenest. Names of marbles and play terms. While the names of marbles and the terms of the game may vary slightly in different parts of the United States, they are in the main so much alike that the following will be understood by all boys throughout the land. The taw, or shooter, is the marble used for shooting. The taw line, or scratch, is a line drawn for a starting point in the game. Ducks are marbles to be shot at. Dubs, an abbreviation of doubles, means that you get all the marbles knocked out with one shot. Fen dubs, an abbreviation of defend doubles, is shouted by an opponent before the play, and means that you must put back all but one marble. Lofting means shooting through the air so that your taw does not touch the earth till it hits the object aimed at or a point near it. Knuckling down means resting the knuckles on the ground while shooting. Histing or hoisting is holding some distance above the ground. It is not permitted in bull ring or in meg on a string. Roundsters means taking a new position to avoid an obstruction. It is not allowed in bull ring. Sidings means moving your taw from one side to the other in a straight line when about to shoot. It is barred in bull ring. Burying is when the taw, if in a good spot, is forced into the ground with the heel of the shoe. This is seldom allowed. Fen buryings being the accepted law of experts. Laying means placing the marbles in the ring. Clearance means the removal of all obstructions between the players and the ducks. Sneaking means shooting for a position. Babying is shooting so as not to send the taw too far. Good players often do this so as to secure a position from which they can skin the ring. Dabsters are little squares of cloth or skin laid under the knuckles when playing, to keep them from being cut by constant contact with the hard ground. Marble bag saves pockets and explains itself. According to quality, marbles are known as agates, crystals, chinas, alleys, potteries, and commies, or the cheapest and least prized. The 3 great essentials of the game are the boys, the marbles, and suitable ground. The marble is shot from the hollow of the crooked index finger, and projected by the thumb. Good shooting is often done in this way, but the most expert shots place the marble on the point of the index finger, and project it with the firmer grip of the thumb. This method is more difficult to acquire, but it pays, as does everything that requires practice and effort. A good player, as in billiards, can make his taw carom for position, or he can make it remain stationary, while the marble struck shoots away in a straight line. Some good games. A boy can practice the above, and I would advise him to do so, but it takes at least 2 boys to make a game, just as it takes 2 to make a quarrel, and you must never be one of the latter. Just here let me say that the boy who loses his temper, or who has not the manhood to accept defeat in the right spirit, does not make a desirable friend or a playmate. For if he cannot conquer himself, he is unfit to contest in the sports of youth or in the business of maturer years. Fat. Fat is one of our oldest and simplest marble games. It is played in this way. Make a ring 18 inches or 2 feet in diameter. Take 10 feet back, draw or scratch a taw line to shoot from. If 4 boys are playing, each places a marble as indicated, or if there are more players, the marbles are placed at equal distances about the ring. The order of the play having been decided on by shooting or rolling towards the taw line, the nearness to which decides the question, number 1 shoots for the ring, and if he knocks out a marble he shoots again from where his taw rests, and so keeps on until he has missed. Number 2 knuckles down at the taw line and shoots as did number 1. If the first taw is within range, he can shoot at that, and if he hits it, then the number 1 must hand number 2 all the ducks he has knocked from the ring. If number 2 can hit number 1's taw again, the number 1 is killed and must retire from that game. When number 2 misses, the next in order shoots, either at the ring or at the line taw, and so the game proceeds until all the marbles are knocked out, or all but the last player are killed. In the second game the first man killed is the last to shoot, and so they take turns in order of their defeat. This game is the more fascinating for its uncertainty, for often the last player knocks out the taw of one who so far has been getting all the ducks, and he gets credit for his score. Followings can hardly be called a game. It is played by 2 boys, usually when they have more important business on hand. The first boy shoots in the direction both are traveling. The second follows, and whenever one chances to be hit, it counts 1 for the shooter. Knucks. In this game, one boy, called Knucks, takes a small marble between his knuckles, then places the clenched hand on the ground. The other player knuckles down at the taw line, 4 or 5 feet away, and shoots. He must not roll, at the marble held by the other. Every time the Knucks marble is hit, it counts 1 for the shooter. Each time he misses in the 3 shots, it counts an additional shot for Knucks when it comes his turn. The long ring. About 8 or 9 feet from the taw line, make an elongated ring composed of 2 sections of a circle crossing each other. Draw a circle down the center of the long ring, and on this place the marbles. If there are only 2 players, then each lays a duck at the intersection of the curves. Each additional player adds a duck to the line. Where there are only 2 players, the first is sure to sneak, that is, to roll his taw so that it will rest near one of the marbles in the ring. If number 2 hits number 1 and so kills him, he wins the game. But if there are more than 2 in the game, number 1 is put out. Number 2 has another shot from the place where his taw rests, at the ducks in the ring, and he keeps on till he misses. So the game is kept up till all the ducks are knocked from the ring. If it is agreed in advance, each player may lay more than 1 duck in the ring. In this game the killed are not dead, if there are more than 2 players. They can play when the turn comes, but it must always be from the taw line. The bowl ring. This is one of the oldest and best games. The ring should be from 4 to 10 feet in diameter. The ducks are placed in the form of a cross in the middle of the ring. The number each is to whack up being agreed upon in advance. The order of play is usually decided by knuckling down and rolling for the opposite side of the ring. The first player lofts at the ducks. He must drive the marble outside the ring for a win. If his own taw goes outside, the successful player can come back to the ring edge for his next shot. If it misses and the taw goes outside the ring, it must be replaced inside at the point of exit. When the taw is struck, the owner is dead for that game, and the successful player keeps on shooting till he misses. When 2 or more ducks are knocked out of the ring, the player is entitled to raise his score by that number, provided he shouts "dubs" before the others cry "fen dubs." If a player is caught hunching, that is, pushing his fist beyond the line while shooting, and makes a hit, he must replace the marble and shoot over again. Histings, or the use of bowlers, are barred in the bull ring. Sneaking, that is, shooting the taw so that it will rest near the middle of the ring, is allowed. If this taw is not hit, it may be able to skin the ring when its turn comes. A dead man, when his turn comes, and there are enough ducks remaining to warrant the risk, may re-enter the game by placing in the ring twice as many marbles as were at first required, and an additional duck near the edge of the ring. On this duck he caroms so as to send it out. Then, if his taw is in a good place, he may come out ahead. Duck in a hole. Make 3 shallow holes, and about 10 feet away draw the taw line. The holes are 3 feet apart. The object of each player is to shoot his taw so that it will enter and stay in the first hole. If he succeeds, he is allowed to place his thumb on the far edge of the first hole, and using his hand as a pair of dinders, by a twist of the wrist, marks with his longest finger a curved line on the ground. This is called taking a span. From the span line he shoots at the second hole, and if successful continues on to the third. If this is won, he takes a span backward for the middle hole. If he reaches the first hole, he repeats it over, but this time he is entitled to 2 spans. The third time, if there is no miss, he can take 3 spans, and if he succeeds he becomes King Duck and takes 4 spans. If the first player misses and the second player rolls into the first hole, he takes a span and shoots, if it is near, at the first taw. And if he hits, he can place his taw in the second hole, and so on till he misses. When number 1's turn comes, he must shoot from the spot where his taw rests. In this game the first king has a great advantage because of his 4 spans. Each time a player hits another, he scores 1 point, and the hit loses 1. By the time all have become king ducks, the game is over, or it may be decided in advance that when one has made 5 or 10 points, the game shall end. Meg in a hole differs from the foregoing game in the fact that there is no taw line. The player shoots from one end at the middle hole. If he succeeds, he is entitled to a span, and he keeps on as before till he becomes a king. Before this he can take but 1 span in any direction, but as a king he can take 1 foot measure, his own foot, and a span from the first hole, 2 feet and a span from the second hole, and 3 feet and a span from the third hole. This gives him a great advantage, and if there is no rival king, he is monarch of all he surveys. If there is a second king, the first one assigns him the first hole to guard, because from this he can take only 1 foot and a span. When all become kings, or the points agreed on are won, the game is over. Square ring. A square ring sounds odd, but such things go in playing marbles. The square may be of any size, but 4 feet is the best. The taw line must be from 20 to 30 feet away. Before a player can win the game, he must first kill all the others. Perhaps that is why it is sometimes called Injun. The first player is at great disadvantage, for if he knocks out a duck, he must replace it, and if his taw stops inside the ring, he has killed himself, and is out of the game. The best way is not to knuckle down, but to toss for a good position near the ring. The second player, for obvious reasons, must keep away as far as possible from the first, so he shoots through the ring with force, hoping to get a duck on the way, for he does not have to replace it. He can take the duck back to the taw, and holding it in his left hand, shoot at it so as to send his own taw close to number 1, which he can then kill. If number 2 misses, number 3 pitches his marble off to one side, and so the game goes on, each player guarding his own taw and trying to kill his rivals. Knocking out ducks gives the privilege just described, after which the duck is replaced. End of Marbles, from Healthful Sports for Boys, by Alfred Rochefort.
At the Nets, by P.G. Woodhouse. Chapter 4, from Mike, a public school story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algy Pug. There are few better things in life than a public school summer term. The winter term is good, especially towards the end, and there are points, though not many, about the Easter term, but it is in the summer that one really appreciates public school life, the freedom of it, after the restrictions of even the most easy-going private school, is intoxicating. The change is almost as great as that from public school to varsity. For Mike, the path was made particularly easy. The only drawback to going to a big school for the first time is the fact that one is made to feel so very small and inconspicuous. New boys who have been leading lights at their private schools feel it acutely for the first week. At one time it was the custom, if we may believe writers of a generation or so back, for boys to take quite an embarrassing interest in the newcomer. He was asked a rain of questions, and was, generally, in the very centre of the stage. Nowadays, an absolute lack of interest is the fashion. A new boy arrives, and there he is, one of a crowd. Mike was saved this salutary treatment, to a large extent, at first by virtue of the greatness of his family, and later by his own performance on the cricket field. His 3 elder brothers were objects of veneration to most Wrykinians, and Mike got a certain amount of reflected glory from them. The brother of first-class cricketers has a dignity of his own. Then Bob was a help. He was on the verge of the cricket team and had been the school full-back for 2 seasons. Mike found that people came up and spoke to him, anxious to know if he were Jackson's brother, and became friendly when he replied in the affirmative. Influential relations are a help in every stage of life. It was Wyatt who gave him his first chance at cricket. There were nets on the first afternoon of term for all old colours of the 3 teams, and a dozen or so of those most likely to fill the vacant places. Wyatt was there, of course. He had got his first 11 cap in the previous season as a mighty hitter and a fair slow bowler. Mike met him crossing the field with his cricket bag. "Hullo, where are you off to?" asked Wyatt. "Coming to watch the nets?" Mike had no particular programme for the afternoon. Junior cricket had not begun, and it was a little difficult to know how to fill in the time. "I'll tell you what," said Wyatt. "Nip into the house and shove on some things, and I'll try and get Burgess to let you have a knock later on." This suited Mike admirably. A quarter of an hour later he was sitting at the back of the first 11 net, watching the practice. Burgess, the captain of the Wryken team, made no pretence of being a bat. He was the school fast bowler, and concentrated his energies on that department of the game. He sometimes took 10 minutes at the wicket after everyone else had had an innings, but it was to bowl that he came to the nets. He was bowling now to one of the old colours whose name Mike did not know. Wyatt and one of the professionals were the other 2 bowlers. 2 nets away, Furby Smith, who had changed his pince-nez for a pair of huge spectacles, was performing rather ineffectively against some very bad bowling. Mike fixed his attention on the first 11 man. He was evidently a good bat. There was style and power in his batting. He had a way of gliding Burgess's fastest to leg, which Mike admired greatly. He was succeeded at the end of a quarter of an hour by another 11 man, and then Bob appeared. It was soon made evident that this was not Bob's day. Nobody is at his best on the first day of term, but Bob was worse than he had any right to be. He scratched forward at nearly everything, and when Burgess, who had been resting, took up the ball again, he had each stump uprooted in a regular series in 7 balls. Once he skied one of Wyatt's slows over the net behind the wicket, and Mike, jumping up, caught him neatly. "Thanks," said Bob austerely, as Mike returned the ball to him. He seemed depressed. Towards the end of the afternoon, Wyatt went up to Burgess. "Burgess," he said, "see that kid sitting behind the net?" "With the naked eye," said Burgess. "Why?" "He's just come to Wayne's. He's Bob Jackson's brother, and I've a sort of idea he's a bit of a bat. I told him I'd ask you if he could have a knock. Why not send him in at the end net? There's nobody there now." Burgess's amiability off the field equalled his ruthlessness when bowling. "All right," he said. "Only if you think that I'm going to sweat to bowl to him, you're making a fatal error." "You needn't do a thing. Just sit and watch. I rather fancy this kid's something special." Mike put on Wyatt's pads and gloves, borrowed his bat, and walked round into the net. "Not in a funk, are you?" asked Wyatt as he passed. Mike grinned. The fact was that he had far too good an opinion of himself to be nervous. An entirely modest person seldom makes a good batsman. Batting is one of those things which demand first and foremost a thorough belief in oneself. It need not be aggressive, but it must be there. Wyatt and the professional were the bowlers. Mike had seen enough of Wyatt's bowling to know that it was merely ordinary slow tosh, and the professional did not look as difficult as Saunders. The first half-dozen balls he played carefully. He was on trial, and he meant to take no risks. Then the professional overpitched one slightly on the off. Mike jumped out and got the full face of the bat onto it. The ball hit one of the ropes of the net and nearly broke it. "How's that?" said Wyatt, with the smile of an impresario on the first night of a successful piece. "Not bad," admitted Burgess. A few moments later he was still more complimentary. He got up and took a ball himself. Mike braced himself up as Burgess began his run. This time he was more than a trifle nervous. The bowling he had had so far had been tame. This would be the real ordeal. As the ball left Burgess's hand, he began instinctively to shape for a forward stroke. Then suddenly he realised that the thing was going to be a yorker, and banged his bat down in the block just as the ball arrived. An unpleasant sensation, as of having been struck by a thunderbolt, was succeeded by a feeling of relief that he had kept the ball out of his wicket. There are easier things in the world than stopping a fast yorker. "Well played," said Burgess. Mike felt like a successful general receiving the thanks of the nation. The fact that Burgess's next ball knocked middle and off stumps out of the ground saddened him somewhat. But this was the last tragedy that occurred. He could not do much with the bowling beyond stopping it and feeling repetitions of the thunderbolt experience, but he kept up his end. And a short conversation which he had with Burgess at the end of his innings was full of encouragement to one skilled in reading between the lines. "Thanks awfully," said Mike, referring to the square manner in which the captain had behaved in letting him bat. "What school were you at before you came here?" asked Burgess. "A private school in Hampshire," said Mike. "King's Hall, at a place called Emsworth." "Get much cricket there?" "Yes, a good lot. One of the masters, a chap called Westbrook, was an awfully good slow bowler." Burgess nodded. "You don't run away, which is something," he said. Mike turned purple with pleasure at this stately compliment. Then, having waited for further remarks, but gathering from the captain's silence that the audience was at an end, he proceeded to unbuckle his pads. Wyatt overtook him on his way to the house. "Well played," he said. "I had no idea you were such hot stuff. You're a regular pro." "I say," said Mike gratefully, "it was most awfully decent of you getting Burgess to let me go in. It was simply ripping of you." "Oh, that's all right. If you don't get pushed a bit here, you stay for ages in the 100th game with the cripples and the kids. Now that you've shown them what you can do, you ought to get into the under-16 team straight away. Probably into the 3rd, too. By Jove, that would be all right. I asked Burgess afterwards what he thought of your batting, and he said, not bad. But he says that about everything. It's his highest form of praise. He says it when he wants to let himself go and simply butter up a thing. If you took him to see N.A. Knoxball, he'd say he wasn't bad. What he meant was that he was jolly struck with your batting, and he's going to play you for the under-16. I hope so, said Mike. The prophecy was fulfilled. On the following Wednesday there was a match between the under-16 and a scratch side. Mike's name was among the under-16, and on the Saturday he was playing for the 3rd 11 in a trial game. This place is ripping, he said to himself as he saw his name on the list. Thought I should like it. And that night he wrote a letter to his father, notifying him of the fact. End of At the Nets by P.G. Wodehouse.
The Matador of the Five Towns by Arnold Bennett. Chapter 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We went on the grandstand, which was packed with men whose eyes were fixed, with an unconscious but intense effort, on a common object. Among the men were a few women in furs and wraps, equally absorbed. Nobody took any notice of us as we insinuated our way up a rickety flight of wooden stairs. But when, by misadventure, we grazed a human being, the elbow of that being shoved itself automatically and fiercely outwards to repel. I had an impression of hats, caps, and woolly overcoats stretched in long parallel lines, and of grimy raw planks everywhere presenting possibly dangerous splinters, save where use had worn them into smooth shininess. Then gradually I became aware of the vast field, which was more brown than green. Around the field was a wide border of infinitesimal hats and pale faces, rising in tiers, and beyond this border fences, hoardings, chimneys, furnaces, gasometers, telegraph poles, houses, and dead trees. And here and there, perched in strange perilous places, even high up towards the sombre sky, were more human beings clinging. On the field itself, at one end of it, were a scattered handful of doll-like figures motionless. Some had white bodies, others red, and 3 were in black. All were so small and so far off that they seemed to be mere unimportant casual incidents in whatever recondite affair it was that was proceeding. Then a whistle shrieked, and all these figures began simultaneously to move, and then I saw a ball in the air. An obscure, uneasy murmuring rose from the immense multitude, like an invisible but audible vapour. The next instant the vapour had condensed into a sudden shout. Now I saw the ball rolling solitary in the middle of the field, and a single red doll racing towards it. At one end was a confused group of red and white, and at the other 2 white dolls, rather lonely in the expanse. The single red doll overtook the ball and scudded along with it at his twinkling toes. A great voice behind me bellowed with an incredible volume of sound, "Now, Joss!" And another voice further away bellowed, "Now, Joss!" And still more distantly the grim warning shot forth from the crowd, "Now, Joss! Now, Joss!" The nearer of the white dolls, as the red one approached, sprang forward. I could see a leg, and the ball was flying back in a magnificent curve into the skies. It passed out of my sight, and then I heard a bump on the slates of the roof of the grandstand, and it fell among the crowd in the stand enclosure. But almost before the flight of the ball had commenced, a terrific roar of relief had rolled formidably round the field, and out of that roar, like rockets out of thick smoke, burst acutely ecstatic cries of adoration. "Bravo, Joss! Good old Joss!" The leg had evidently been Joss's leg. The nearer of these two white dolls must be Joss, darling of 15,000 frenzied people. Sterling punched a neighbour in the side to attract his attention. "What's the score?" he demanded of the neighbour, who scowled and then grinned. 2-1 again us, the other growled. "It'll take our buggers all the time to draw. They're playing a man short." "Accident?" "No, referee ordered him off for rough play." Several spectators began to explain, passionately, furiously, that the referee's action was utterly bereft of common sense and justice, and I gathered that a less gentlemanly crowd would undoubtedly have lynched the referee. The explanations died down, and everybody except me resumed his fierce watch on the field. I was recalled from the exercise of a vague curiosity upon the set, anxious faces around me by a crashing, whooping cheer which in volume and sincerity of joy surpassed all noises in my experience. This massive cheer reverberated round the field like the echoes of a battleship's broadside in a fjord, but it was human and therefore more terrible than guns. I instinctively thought, if such are the symptoms of pleasure, what must be the symptoms of pain or disappointment? Simultaneously with the expulsion of the unique noise, the expression of the faces changed. Eyes sparkled, teeth became prominent in enormous uncontrolled smiles. Ferocious satisfaction had to find vent in ferocious gestures, wreaked either upon dead wood or upon the living tissues of fellow creatures. The gentle mannerly sound of hand-clapping was a kind of light froth on the surface of the billowy sea of heartfelt applause. The host of the 15,000 might have just had their lives saved, or their children snatched from destruction, and their wives from dishonour. They might have been preserved from bankruptcy, starvation, prison, torture. They might have been rewarding with their impassioned worship a band of national heroes. But it was not so. All that had happened was that the ball had rolled into the net of the Manchester Rovers' goal. Knype had drawn level. The reputation of the Five Towns before the jury of expert opinion that could distinguish between first-class football and second-class was maintained intact. I could hear specialists around me proving that though Knype had yet 5 league matches to play, its situation was safe. They pointed excitedly to a huge hoarding at one end of the ground on which appeared names of other clubs with changing figures. These clubs included the clubs which Knype would have to meet before the end of the season, and the figures indicated their fortunes on various grounds similar to this ground all over the country. If a goal was scored in Newcastle or in Southampton, the very Peru of first-class football, it was registered on that board, and its possible effect on the destinies of Knype was instantly assessed. The calculations made were dizzying. Then a little flock of pigeons flew up and separated under the illusion that they were free agents and masters of the air, but really wafted away to fixed destinations on the stupendous atmospheric waves of still continued cheering. After a minute or two the ball was restarted, and the greater noise had diminished to the sensitive uneasy murmur which responded like a delicate instrument to the fluctuations of the game. Each feat and manoeuvre of Knype drew generous applause in proportion to its intention or its success, and each slight of the Manchester Rovers, successful or not, provoked a holy disgust. The attitude of the host had passed beyond morality into religion. Then, again, while my attention had lapsed from the field, a devilish, a barbaric, and a deafening yell broke from those 15,000 passionate hearts. It thrilled me. It genuinely frightened me. I involuntarily made the motion of swallowing. After the thunderous crash of anger from the host came the thin sound of a whistle. The game stopped. I heard the same word repeated again and again, in diverse tones of exasperated fury. "Foul!" I felt that I was hemmed in by potential homicides, whose arms were lifted in the desire of murder, and whose features were changed from the likeness of man into the corporeal form of some pure and terrible instinct. And I saw a long doll rise from the ground and approach a lesser doll with threatening hands. "Foul! Foul! Go it, Joss! Knock his neck out, Joss! He tripped thee up!" There was a prolonged gesticulatory altercation between the 3 black dolls in leather leggings and several of the white and red dolls. At last one of the mannequins in leggings shrugged his shoulders, made a definite gesture to the other 2, and walked away towards the edge of the field nearest the stand. It was the unprincipled referee. He had disallowed the foul. In the protracted duel between the offending Manchester forward and the great, honest Joss Myatt, he had given another point to the enemy. As soon as the host realised the infamy, it yelled once more in heightened fury. It seemed to surge in masses against the thick iron railings that alone stood between the referee and death. The discreet referee was approaching the grandstand as the least unsafe place. In a second, a handful of executioners had somehow got onto the grass, and in the next second several policemen were in front of them, not striking nor striving to intimidate, but heavily pushing them into bounds. "Get back there!" cried a few abrupt, commanding voices from the stand. The referee stood with his hands in his pocket and his whistle in his mouth. I think that in that moment of acutest suspense the whole of his earthly career must have flashed before him in a phantasmagoria. And then the crisis was past. The inherent gentlemanliness of the outraged host had triumphed, and the referee was spared. "Served him right if they'd manhandled him," said a spectator. "Aye," said another, gloomily. "Aye. The Football Association 'ud have fined us maybe £100 and disqualified th' ground for th' rest of th' season." "Damn Football Association!" "Aye, but you canna. Now lads, play up Knipe. Now lads, give 'em hot hell." Different voices heartily encouraged the home team as the ball was thrown into play. The fouling Manchester forward immediately resumed possession of the ball. Experience could not teach him. He parted with the ball and got it again, twice. The devil was in him and in the ball. The devil was driving him towards Myatt. They met, and then came a sound quite new, a cracking sound, somewhat like the snapping of a bough, but sharper, more decisive. "By Jove!" exclaimed Stirling, "that's his bone!" And instantly he was off down the staircase, and I after him. But he was not the first doctor on the field. Nothing had been unforeseen in the wonderful organisation of this enterprise. A pigeon sped away, and an official doctor and an official stretcher appeared, miraculously, simultaneously. It was tremendous. It inspired awe in me. "He asked for it," I heard a man say as I hesitated on the shore of the ocean of mud. Then I knew that it was Manchester and not Knipe that had suffered. The confusion and hubbub were in a high degree disturbing and puzzling, but one emotion emerged clear: pleasure. I felt it myself. I was aware of joy in that the 2 sides were now levelled to 10 men apiece. I was mystically identified with the 5 towns, absorbed into their life. I could discern on every face the conviction that a divine providence was in this affair, that God could not be mocked. I too had this conviction. I could discern also on every face the fear lest the referee might give a foul against the hero Myatt, or even order him off the field, though of course the fracture was a simple accident. I too had this fear. It was soon dispelled by the news which swept across the entire enclosure like a sweet smell, that the referee had adopted the theory of a simple accident. I saw vaguely policemen, a stretcher, streaming crowds, and my ears heard a monstrous universal babbling. And then the figure of Stirling detached itself from the moving disorder and came to me. "Well, Mitt's carf was harder than the other chap's, that's all," he said. "Which is Myatt?" I asked, for the red and white dolls had all vanished at close quarters, and were replaced by unrecognisable gigantic human animals, still clad however in dolls' vests and dolls' knickerbockers. Stirling warningly jerked his head to indicate a man not 10 feet away from me. This was Myatt, the hero of the host and the darling of populations. I gazed up at him. His mouth and his left knee were red with blood, and he was piebald with thick patches of mud from his tousled crown to his enormous boot. His blue eyes had a heavy, stupid, honest glance, and of the 3 qualities, stupidity predominated. He seemed to be all feet, knees, hands, and elbows. His head was very small, the sole remainder of the doll in him. A little man approached him, conscious, somewhat too obviously conscious, of his right to approach. Myatt nodded. "You'n settled him, seemingly, Joss," said the little man. "Well," said Myatt, with slow bitterness, "hadn't he been blooming well begging and praying for it all afternoon? Hadn't he now?" The little man nodded. Then he said, in a lower tone, "How's missus like?" "Us all together yet," said Myatt. "There had none a played." "I bet Watty $half as it inna a lad," said the little man. Myatt seemed angry. "Wilt bet me £half as it inna a lad?" he demanded, bending down and scowling and sticking out his muddy chin. "Aye," said the little man, not blenching. "Evens?" "Evens." "I'll take thee, Charlie," said Myatt, resuming his calm. The whistle sounded, and several orders were given to clear the field. 8 minutes had been lost over a broken leg, but Stirling said that the referee would surely deduct them from the official time, so that after all the game would not be shortened. "I'll be up yon tomorrow morning," said the little man. Myatt nodded and departed. Charlie, the little man, turned on his heel and proudly rejoined the crowd. He had been seen of all in converse with supreme greatness. Stirling and I also retired, and though Joss Myatt had not even done his doctor the honour of seeing him, neither of us, I think, was quite without a consciousness of glory. I cannot imagine why. The rest of the game was flat and tame. Nothing occurred. The match ended in a draw. End of Chapter 3 of The Matador of the Five Towns by Arnold Bennett. Read by Phil Benson.
About Cricket, from Danger and Other Stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algy Pug. About Cricket. Supper was going on down below, and all good children should have been long ago in the land of dreams. Yet a curious noise came from above. "What on earth?" asked Daddy. "Laddie practising cricket," said the lady, with the curious clairvoyance of motherhood. "He gets out of bed to bowl. I do wish you would go up and speak seriously to him about it, for it takes quite an hour off his rest." Daddy departed upon his mission, intending to be gruff. At my word, he can be quite gruff when he likes. When he reached the top of the stairs, however, and heard the noise still continue, he walked softly down the landing and peeped in through the half-opened door. The room was dark, save for a night-light. In the dim glimmer he saw a little white-clad figure, slight and supple, taking short steps and swinging its arm in the middle of the room. "Holloa!" said Daddy. The white-clad figure turned and ran forward to him. "Oh, Daddy, how jolly of you to come up!" Daddy felt that gruffness was not quite so easy as it had seemed. "Look here, you get into bed," he said, with the best imitation he could manage. "Yes, Daddy, but before I go, how is this?" He sprang forward and the arm swung round again in a swift and graceful gesture. Daddy was a moth-eaten cricketer of sorts, and he took it in with a critical eye. "Good, laddie. I like a high action. That's the real Spofforth swing." "Oh, Daddy, come and talk about cricket." He was pulled on the side of the bed, and the white figure dived between the sheets. "Yes, tell us about cricket," came a cooing voice from the corner. Dimples was sitting up in his cot. "You naughty boy. I thought one of you was asleep. Anyhow, I mustn't stay. I keep you awake." "Who was Popoff?" cried Laddie, clutching at his father's sleeve. "Was he a very good bowler?" "Spofforth was the best bowler that ever walked onto a cricket field. He was the great Australian bowler, and he taught us a great deal." "Did he ever kill a dog?" from Dimples. "No, boy. Why?" "Because Laddie said there was a bowler so fast that his ball went through a coat and killed a dog." "Oh, that's an old yarn. I heard that when I was a little boy about some bowler whose name, I think, was Jackson." "Was it a big dog?" "No, no, son. It wasn't a dog at all." "It was a cat," said Dimples. "No, I tell you it never happened." "But tell us about Spofforth," cried Laddie. Dimples, with his imaginative mind, usually wandered, while the elder came eagerly back to the point. "Was he very fast?" "He could be very fast. I've heard cricketers who had played against him say that his Yorker, that is a ball which is just short of a full pitch, was the fastest ball in England. I have myself seen his long arms swing round, and the wicket go down before ever the batsman had time to ground his bat." "Ooh!" from both beds. "He was a tall, thin man, and they called him the Fiend. That means a devil, you know." "And was he the devil?" "No, Dimples, no. They called him that because he did such wonderful things with the ball." "Can the devil do wonderful things with the ball?" Daddy felt that he was propagating devil worship, and hastened to get to safer ground. "Spofforth taught us how to bowl, and Blackham taught us how to keep wicket. When I was young we always had another fielder, called the long stop, who stood behind the wicket-keeper. I used to be a thick, solid boy, so they put me as a long stop, and the balls used to bounce off me, I remember, as if I had been a mattress." Delighted laughter. "But after Blackham came, wicket-keepers had to learn that they were there to stop the ball. Even in good second-class cricket there were no more long stops. We soon found plenty of good wicket-keeps, like Alfred Littleton and MacGregor, but it was Blackham who showed us how. To see Spofforth, all India rubber and ginger at one end bowling, and Blackham, with his black beard over the bails waiting for the ball at the other end, was worth living for, I can tell you." Silence while the boys pondered over this. But Laddie feared Daddy would go, so he quickly got in a question. If Daddy's memory could only be kept going, there was no saying how long they might keep him. "Was there no good bowler till Spofforth came?" "Oh, plenty, my boy, but he brought something new with him, especially change of pace. You could never tell by his action up to the last moment whether you were going to get a ball like a flash of lightning, or one that came slow, but full of devil and spin. But for mere command of the pitch of a ball, I should think Alfred Shaw of Nottingham was the greatest bowler I can remember. It was said he could pitch a ball twice in 3 times upon a half-crown." "Oh!" And then, from Dimples, "Whose half-crown?" "Well, anybody's half-crown." "Did he get the half-crown?" "No, no. Why should he?" "Because he put the ball on it. The half-crown was kept there always for people to aim at," explained Laddie. "No, no, there never was a half-crown." Murmurs of remonstrance from both boys. "I only meant that he could pitch the ball on anything, a half-crown or anything else." "Daddy," with the energy of one who has a happy idea, "could he have pitched it on the batsman's toe?" "Yes, boy, I think so." Well then, suppose you always pitched on the batsman's toe? Daddy laughed. Perhaps that is why dear old W.G. always stood with his left toe cocked up in the air. On one leg? No, Dimples, with his heel down and his toe up. Did you know W.G., Daddy? Oh, yes, I knew him quite well. Was he nice? Yes, he was splendid. He was always like a great jolly schoolboy who was hiding behind a huge black beard. Whose beard? I meant that he had a great bushy beard. He looked like a pirate chief in your picture books, but he had as kind a heart as a child. I've been told it was the terrible things in this war that really killed him. Grand old W.G. Was he the best bat in the world, Daddy? Of course he was, said Daddy, beginning to enthuse, to the delight of the clever little plotter in the bed. There never was such a bat, never in the world, and I don't believe there ever could be again. He didn't play on smooth wickets as they do now. He played where the wickets were all patchy, and you had to watch the ball right under the bat. You couldn't look at it before it hit the ground and think, "That's all right. I know where that one will be." My word, that was cricket. What you got, you earned. Did you ever see W.G. make 100, Daddy? See him? I fielded for him, and melted on a hot August day when he made 150. There's a pound or two of your daddy somewhere on that field yet. But I loved to see it, and I was always sorry when he got out for nothing, even if I were playing against him. Did he ever get out for nothing? Yes, dear. The first time I ever played in his company, he was given out leg before wicket before he made a run. And all the way to the pavilion. That's where people go when they are out. He was walking forward, but his big black beard was backwards over his shoulder as he told the umpire what he thought. And what did he think? More than I can tell you, Dimples, but I dare say he was right to be annoyed, for as a left-handed bowler, bowling round the wicket, and it is very hard to get leg before to that. However, that's all Greek to you. What's Greek? Well, I mean you can't understand that. No, I am going. No, Daddy. Wait a moment. Tell us about Bonner and the big catch. Oh, you know about that? Two little coaxing voices came out of the darkness. Oh, please, please. I don't know what your mother will say. What was it you asked? Bonner. Ah, Bonner. Daddy looked out into the gloom and saw green fields and golden sunlight, and great sportsmen long gone to their rest. Bonner was a wonderful man. He was a giant in size. As big as you, Daddy? Daddy seized his elder boy and shook him playfully. I heard what you said to Miss Cregan the other day. When she asked you what an acre was, you said about the size of Daddy. Both boys gurgled. But Bonner was 5 inches taller than I. He was a giant, I tell you. Did nobody kill him? No, Dimples. Not a storybook giant, but a great strong man. He had a splendid figure, and blue eyes, and a golden beard. And altogether he was the finest man I have ever seen, except perhaps one. Who was that one, Daddy? Well, it was the Emperor Frederick of Germany. A German? Cried Dimples in horror. Yes, a German. Mind you, boys, a man may be a very noble man, and may be a German, though what has become of the noble ones these last 3 years is more than I can guess. But Frederick was noble and good, as you could see on his face. How he ever came to be the father of such a blasphemous braggart. Daddy sank into reverie. Bonner, Daddy, cried Laddie, and Daddy came back from politics with a start. Oh, yes, Bonner. Bonner in white flannels on a green sward, with an English June sun upon him. That was a picture of a man. But you asked me about the catch. It was in a test match at the Oval, England against Australia. Bonner said, before he went in, that he would hit Alfred Shaw into the next county, and he set out to do it. Shaw, as I have told you, could keep a very good length. So for some time Bonner could not get the ball he wanted. But at last he saw his chance, and he jumped out and hit the ball the most awful kawallop that ever was seen in a cricket field. "Oh!" from both boys, and then, "Did it go into the next county, Daddy?" from Dimples. "Well, I'm telling you," said Daddy, who was always testy when one of his stories was interrupted. "Bonner thought that he had made the ball a half volley. That is the best ball to hit. But Shaw had deceived him, and the ball was really on the short side. So when Bonner hit it, up and up it went, until it looked as if it were going out of sight into the sky. Oh! At first, everybody thought it was going far outside the ground. But soon they saw that all the giant's strength had been wasted in hitting the ball so high, and that there was a chance that it would fall within the ropes. The batsman had run 3 runs, and was still in the air. Then it was seen that an English fielder was standing on the very edge of the field, with his back on the ropes, a white figure against the black line of the people. He stood watching the mighty curve of the ball, and twice he raised his hands together above his head as he did so. Then, a 3rd time, he raised his hands above his head, and the ball was in them, and Bonner was out. Why did he raise his hands twice? I don't know. He did so. And who was the fielder, Daddy? The fielder was G.F. Grace, the younger brother of W.G. Only a few months afterwards he was a dead man. But he had one grand moment in his life, with 20,000 people all just mad with excitement. Poor G.F. He died too soon. Did you ever catch a catch like that, Daddy? No, boy. I was never a particularly good fielder. Did you never catch a good catch? Well, I won't say that. You see, the best catches are very often flukes, and I remember one awful fluke of that sort. Do tell us, Daddy. Well, dear, I was fielding at slip. That is very near the wicket, you know. Woodcock was bowling, and he had the name of being the fastest bowler of England at that time. It was just the beginning of the match, and the ball was quite red. Suddenly, I saw something like a red flash, and there was the ball stuck in my left hand. I had not time to move it. It simply came and stuck. Oh! I saw another catch like that. It was done by Ulyett, a fine Yorkshire player, such a big, upstanding fellow. He was bowling, and the batsman. It was an Australian in a test match. Hit hard as ever he could. Ulyett could not have seen it, but he just stuck out his hand, and there was the ball. Suppose it had hit his body. Well, it would have hurt him. Would he have cried? From Dimples. No, boy, that is what games are for, to teach you to take a knock and never show it. Supposing that... A step was heard coming along the passage. Good gracious, boys, here is Mumty. Shut your eyes this moment. It's all right, dear. I spoke to them very severely, and I think they are nearly asleep. What have you been talking about? Asked the lady. Cricket, cried Dimples. It's natural enough, said Daddy. Of course, when 2 boys... 3, said the lady, as she tucked up the little beds. End of About Cricket, from Danger and Other Stories, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Nudity of Victor Statues, from Olympic Victor Monuments and Greek Athletic Art, by Walter Woodburn Hyde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Most of the Victor statues at Olympia were nude. In the early period, all athletes wore the loincloth. Cretan frescoes show it was the custom in the early Mediterranean world. The athletes of Homer girded themselves on entering the games of Patroklos, and the girdle appears in the earliest athletic scenes on vases. Throughout the historic period, however, the Greeks entered their contests in complete nudity, and this nudity naturally was carried over into athletic sculpture. Pliny's statement, Graecae res nihil velari, is therefore correct, despite another of Philostratus to the effect that at Delphi, at the Isthmus, and everywhere except at Olympia, the athlete wore the coarse mantle. The beginning of the change from wearing the loincloth to complete nudity was ascribed to an accident. The Megarian runner, or Sippus, in the 15th Olympiad, 720 BC, dropped his loincloth while running, either accidentally or because it impeded him. The story was commemorated by an epigram, perhaps by Simonides, which was inscribed on his tomb at Megara. A copy of this epigram in the Megarian dialect, executed in late Roman or Byzantine times, when the original had become illegible, was discovered at Megara in 1769, and shows that its original was the source of Pausanias's remarks. Philostratus says that athletes contended nude at Olympia, either because of the summer heat or a mishap which befell the woman Pherenike of Rhodes. She accompanied her son, the boy boxer Peisirodos, to Olympia disguised as a trainer, and in her joy at his victory she leaped over the barrier and disclosed her sex. The practice does not appear to have become universal with all athletes in all the competitions at Olympia until some time after Ossippus's day, since Thucydides says the abandonment of the girdle took place shortly before his time, and that in his day it was still retained by certain foreigners, notably Asiatics, in boxing and wrestling matches. The change is not illustrated in sculpture. The earliest victor statues, i.e. those of the Apollo type, are all nude. The nudity of this type shows an essential difference between Greek and foreigner, and also between the later Greek and his rude ancestor. Plato gives the use of the loincloth as an example of convention, by which what seems peculiar to one generation becomes usual to another. We see the change, however, in vase paintings. The loincloth is common on 7th century vases, but is gradually left off in later ones. There were exceptions to the rule of nudity. Statues of charioteers were usually partly or wholly dressed in the long chiton, a custom explained in various ways. The Delphi bronze charioteer is a good example of a draped one. Another auriga, almost nude, is shown on the decadrachma of Akragas in the British Museum, dating from the end of the 5th century BC. There are also several examples of nude charioteers. The Olympic runners and athletes generally were also bareheaded and barefoot. The only exceptions were the hoplite runners, who wore helmets, and possibly charioteers who wore sandals. Statues of women victors also were draped. The Ionian women could witness games, and Spartan girls took part in athletic contests with boys. Women were rigorously excluded from crossing the Alpheos during the festival at Olympia. They were allowed, however, to enter horses for the chariot race, and if victorious, to set up monuments. Only one woman was allowed to witness the games, the priestess of the old earth cult of Demeter Carmine, who could sit at the altar in the stadium during the contests. Pausanias notes but one exception of a woman infringing the rule of admission, Pherenike, the mother of the Rhodian victor, Peisirodos, already mentioned. She was pardoned because her father, brothers and son were victors, but the umpires passed a law that thereafter even trainers should be nude. While excluded from the games proper, women had their own festival at Olympia in honour of Hera, which was known as the Heraia. These games occurred every 4 years, and included a foot race between virgins, in which the course was 1/6 less than the stadium. The victress received an olive crown and also a share of the cow sacrificed to Hera, and was allowed to set up a painted picture of herself in the Heraion. It has been generally assumed that the statue of a girl runner in the Galleria de' Candelabri of the Vatican represents one of these victresses, since Pausanias says they ran with their hair down and wore a tunic which reached to just above the knees, leaving the right shoulder bare to the breast. That the statue represents a girl runner seems certain, but that it can be referred to one of the Olympic girl victresses is doubtful. The description of Pausanias fits it in many respects, except that the chiton of the statue is too short, and he does not mention the girdle just below the bosom. Furthermore, he does not mention statues of girl victresses, but only pictures. Nothing can be argued from the palm branch on the tree stump, except that the Roman copyists thought it the statue of a victress. It does not necessarily refer to a victress at Olympia, for Pausanias elsewhere says that the palm branch was given at many contests. The statue represents a young girl leaning forward, awaiting the signal to start, but it is impossible to say to what games we should refer it. There were girls' contests in and out of Greece, such as the Dionysia in Sparta and in her colony Cyrene. Such games were also held in the stadium of Domitian at Rome. In fact, the Palatine estate of the Barberini, from whom the Vatican acquired the statue, embraced the area of the old stadium of Domitian on the Palatine. It is probably of Doric workmanship, as it certainly represents a Dorian victress, though not necessarily by a Peloponnesian sculptor. End of Nudity and Victor Statues by Walter Woodburn Hyde. Read by Phil Benson.
The Olympic Games at Athens, 1906. The great day of the marathon race. Canada wins the marathon race. Athens waiting for the victor of the marathon race. By James E. Sullivan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The great day of the marathon race. The Estia interviews the runners. Koutoulakis has sworn victory or death. The Greek victory depends on the Greek sun. The great day, the day so impatiently waited for, the day of agonies, triumph, and emotion, has come at last. I wonder whether Greek will be the fortunate winner? This is the general desire, the desire of thousands of people who are watching these games with a great enthusiasm and interest, both inside and outside the stadium. The marathon race is, so to say, the basis of the games, and right from the start has become the center of interest and has concentrated all the hopes, expectations, and dreams. By way of excellence, it is the most important game, which will draw myriads of spectators within the stadium, as well as outside and beyond it, in the roads of Kifisia, in order to receive the first runner, the famous winner. Quite a number of athletes will take part. The total number of foreigners and Greeks who will take part in it is estimated to be 73. Most of them are Greeks from Turkey and from the proper Greece. Out of the 73 runners entered, 7 are English, 7 are Americans, 2 Australians, 5 Swedish, 3 Frenchmen, 2 Germans, 3 Danish, 1 Bohemian, 2 Norwegians, 1 Belgian, 2 Canadians, and 1 Austrian. The rest are Greeks. These runners have been examined by a German physician, and have been sent to Marathon in carriages. Who will be the lucky one? To whom will the strength give wings to run, to fly, to surpass the others, to win, to be crowned? Will it be the one of the foreigners, the American, the Swedish, the Australian, the Canadian? What about the select Greeks? What about Koutoulakis? No one could preconceive, no one could foresee anything. The hour of the race is near by, and holding back our impatience, let us quietly wait for the result. The starting line is fixed at 775 meters after the 41st kilometer from Athens. The point of arrival will be the Panathinaik Stadium. Beginning this noon, all the streets through which the runners of the marathon race will pass are crowded with curious people. The interest of the people cannot be described, and everyone is anxiously waiting for the time of their arrival. As it was decided, the start of the runners from Marathon will be made at 3 p.m. The distance between Marathon and the stadium is 42 kilometers. A force of 1,000 horsemen will undertake to keep the order from Marathon to Athens. In every 500 meters there will be guards and soldiers, also ambulances for those who may meet with an accident and who could not continue their way. In every 5 kilometers there will be doctors, nurses, and medicines to take care of those who may get hurt. On the opposite hill, where the Department of Equipment of War Supplies is located, a cannon will be placed, and a shot will be fired to announce the arrival of the runners. Considering the distance between Marathon and Athens, which is 42 kilometers, also considering that the best runners could run this distance in 2 hours and 15 minutes, it is calculated that the victor of this race will reach the stadium between 5:15 and 6 p.m. It is most probable that Kutulakis will carry the triumph. It is a great and imposing moment for the stadium. The Crown Prince has allowed the band of the guard to play as soon as the victor enters the stadium a march that was specially composed by the master musician of the Imperial Guard, which march is dedicated to the victor of the marathon race. This march, which, it is said, was composed with a great inspiration, begins with the words, "Let a spark hidden in the ashes." Then follows a strophe of the national Greek hymn, then different pieces taken from the hymns of the foreign nations, and the composition ends with the last phrase of our national hymn. Besides the other gifts to be offered to the victor of the marathon race, we have to report the following. The Louvre, the large firm of Mr. Kawellopoulos, will donate the statue of Hermes. The baker, Nicola Reptis, will furnish him 1 loaf of bread daily for 1 year. The coffee house man, K. Krekmazis, will furnish him with 3 coffees daily for 1 year. The barber, Orphanidis, offers to shave him gratis for the rest of his life. Mr. Karanikas, hotel keeper, offers to give a luncheon every Sunday for a year to the victor and to 5 of his friends, provided the victor is a Greek. Canada wins the marathon race. The eternal victor of yesterday. Canadian, the angel from Marathon. The hearts of all Greeks were beating fast and in agony yesterday. We cannot say whether the hearts of ancient Greeks were beating faster when they were expecting to hear the news of the Battle of Marathon than the hearts of modern Greeks expecting to hear and to know the winners of this deadly and very fatiguing but famous race. One could almost count the people who were indifferent for yesterday's event. It was but natural. Even the most cold and indifferent people of the north have turned to be warm and excited people of the south. And we have seen Englishmen watching in agony the results of the 100-meter races. How was it possible for the Greeks not to get excited when the question was about a race that their history has created, a race much higher than the common human nature, a race so dangerous and tragical and so famous? The science of athletics, simply the science, more simply the philanthropy, do not approve of this fearful event. It is, however, the courage, the danger, the fatigue, the pain of the marathon race that kindle a strong flame around the hair of the victor of the marathon race. The event of 1896 had given credulity to the Greeks, something very natural, the result of which was yesterday's hope and agony. This agony was also increased by reports of the newspapers about the Greek runners. Kutulakis had taken the Holy Sacrament and was swearing either to win or to die. An awkward and exaggerated thought, but very honouring for the poor Greek. A thought that shows to what extent the Greek pride can reach when induced by noble games. The result was contrary to the Greek expectations and hopes. The victor was a foreigner, a Canadian. The news yesterday brought sorrow. Today, however, when Greeks wake up, cool-hearted, they find out that they have been very optimistic. We are in a position today to think that we have striven in this race against giants of art and resistance. The stadium had already informed us that the foreigners were the runners and not ourselves. The Americans have thrown into consternation all the spectators with their art, their celerity, their resistance in the race within the stadium. And they are the ones that furnished the victor of the marathon race. Shering is an athlete of British America, Canada. He comes from the country of labour, the country of vast space, from the country where the people are accustomed to courageous and rash actions. The marathon race is a rash and courageous race, and that antelope of Canada, armed with the strength of its climate, with preparatory exercises, and the feeling of vast space, has beaten all the other nations. What a delight his entrance in the stadium! He was, hard to be believed, cool, flourishing, indifferent, ready to go on with his running if it was not for the sling to close the entrance. Short and thin, and with the grace of a gazelle, he was still running in a natural way, as if he was then starting. The stadium roaring the triumph and his glory had him before it, full of strength, and not faint, smiling and invincible. He had the nerve to lift his head and to look at the crowds. He had the strength to answer the salutations, to smile, to wave the flag of his nation, and to bow before the kings. He had the strength to answer to the voice of glory. There are moments when we can see with our own eyes the eternity. This small man, from the time he entered the porch till the time he disappeared, he was living as if in a dream. Time has counted for him seconds of eternity. Greece has honored the victor by having Prince George accompany him within the stadium. The tall and stout Prince of Crete has run with perfection by the side of the victor. He accompanied him till they reached the place of the kings, when he announced his victory, saluting and with thanks. Athens waiting for the victor of the marathon race. The splendid spectacle of the stadium. The city of Athens was almost dead yesterday. The entire population had taken possession of the stadium, the streets of Herodes, the Atticus, and of Kifisia. It was a kind of labyrinth all around these places, where thousands of people were watching eagerly, and were waiting for the result of the great event. The excitement in front of the stadium began at 2 p.m. The military guard, also a band of eozons, were placed in 2 lines in front of the porch, in order to prevent the concentration of the people and to keep order. The crowds began coming to the stadium 1 hour before the usual time, and the number of them had surpassed the number of previous days. According to rough calculations, at least 60,000 must have entered the stadium. It was 5:30 p.m. when the games in the stadium had all taken place. The news of the loss in the contest of discus began to spread a general sadness and disgust to the faces of those present, to the faces that were gay a little while ago. I wonder what was taking place. Was it a messenger of bad omens that have later on caused the sorrow to all those crowds, the crowds that were expecting to see at least a corner of the Greek colours coming in triumphantly through the porch? What was that invisible sorrow that has seized all the seats after the loss of the discus contest? It is true that the unpleasant rumours did not cease coming in, the one after the other. That same moment Mr. Mavronihalis's automobile arrived with M.R. Caridia, the custodian of the chronometer. As soon as they arrived, the crowds turned their looks towards them, and were trying to prophesy their thoughts and their heart. Unfortunately, the expression on their faces showed other than joy. They were talking loudly with the members of the committee, whose faces began to get very melancholic. "All is through," said some. "It is gone." "We lost it," cried out others. No one, however, knew anything positive. Finally, one of the reporters asked a member of the committee about the results, and he loudly answered that a Canadian comes first. The news reached the ears of the crowds like a fierce bomb. The whole stadium knew then that a foreigner was coming first. Sorrow was depicted on the faces of all. The committee, noticing this, circulated the news that the Canadian was first by a kilometre, and that a Greek followed. Hope came back again. "Courage, boys!" shouted the crowds. "It may be that he will fall down like flak." "Yes, oh yes, he will fall going up the hill," said others. It is 5:40 p.m. A light dew begins to cover the seats. It was needed. It gives life to the dying out hopes. As the minutes go by, however, and every moment begins to count, the anxiety is increasing. The crowds can read the bitter truth in the expression of the committee. But no one wants to believe it, no one wants to accept it. What will then happen? At this time new rumour reached the ears of the spectators. The Italian and the 2 Frenchmen have fallen down. The Greeks are coming. New hopes and new expectations. The national pride is in danger. The angel of Marathon must be a Greek, like the one of the victory of Miltiades, and in the memory of all the victory of Louis is revived. As the time goes by, the victor of the marathon race of the first Greek Olympiad is presented to the imagination of all like a sacred icon on a flag that is hoisted in the midst of an international arena. A general sadness spread over the expressions of all present, either because the darkness of sunset falls on them, or because of the bad news that they are getting. 10 minutes, or rather 600 seconds, are only left, and each second is longer than a year, and each moment of a second is longer than a whole day. Suddenly a shot is fired from the Rizarian school. The first runner goes through the road of Kifisia. Only 10 minutes and he will be in the stadium. But who is he? To what nationality does he belong? Nobody knows. "He is a foreigner," is the cry of the crowds. "It is impossible." say the others. Both the first, second, and third are foreigners, comes the reply. No one could believe. Never mind. Suddenly an unusual agitation and excitement reigns on the bridge of Ilissos, and further beyond the road of Hirodis the Atticus. "He's coming! He's coming!" the crowds outside their stadium are shouting. Whistles and the steps of horses announce the arrival of the first victor of the marathon race. It is a moment of highest spiritual life. The crowds in the stadium are now standing. The first victor of the race comes in. He is short, and runs so softly on the right that one could say that he comes from the bridge of Ilissos. He is accompanied by Prince George of Crete. All those present applaud. The stadium presents an image of triumph as soon as Shering from Canada, a British subject, makes his appearance. He is also graceful, so unaffected, he salutes so politely, that all forget that he is a foreigner, and continue clapping their hands, shouting out hurrahs, and applauding the victor. He was not tired, only his thin clothes were wet from perspiration. Having reached before the royal seats, he bowed and was carried from shoulder to shoulder through the royal entrance to the dressing-room. The sorrow of the spectators was succeeded by a silent grief soon after the departure of the victor. Silence reigns all over the stadium. It is the silence of the highest calamity. A general disgust is depicted on the faces of all. No one could believe that the victor of this race is a foreigner. 15 minutes have passed in agony. No one moved from his seat. 50,000 spectators are standing, waiting for the second victor. New whistles and a great excitement beyond the stadium announce the arrival of the second victor. "He is a Greek!" the crowds are shouting. All in vain. He is Svanberg, a Swede. Soon after him comes the third victor, who is Frank, an American. Of the three victors, the Canadian, Shering, ran the distance from Marathon to the stadium in 2 hours, 51 minutes, 23 3/5 of a second. 7 minutes 28 seconds less than the time taken by Louis Svanberg, who ran this distance in 2 hours, 58 minutes, 2 4/5 of a second, and Frank in 3 hours, 45 minutes, and 4/5 of a second. End of The Olympic Games at Athens, 1906, the great day of the marathon race. Canada wins the marathon race. Athens waiting for the victor of the marathon race, by James E. Sullivan.
The Geebung Polo Club by Banjo Patterson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algy Pug. The Geebung Polo Club. It was somewhere up the country, in a land of rock and scrub, that they formed an institution called the Geebung Polo Club. They were long and wiry natives from the rugged mountain side, and the horse was never saddled that the Geebungs couldn't ride. But their style of playing polo was irregular and rash. They had mighty little science, but a mighty lot of dash, and they played on mountain ponies that were muscular and strong, though their coats were quite unpolished, and their manes and tails were long. And they used to train those ponies wheeling cattle in the scrub. They were demons, were the members of the Geebung Polo Club. It was somewhere down the country, in a city smoke and steam, that a polo club existed called the Cuff and Collar Team. As a social institution 'twas a marvellous success, for the members were distinguished by exclusiveness and dress. They had natty little ponies that were nice and smooth and sleek, for their cultivated owners only rode 'em once a week. So they started up the country in pursuit of sport and fame, for they meant to show the Geebungs how they ought to play the game. And they took their valets with them, just to give their boots a rub, ere they started operations on the Geebung Polo Club. Now my readers can imagine how the contest ebbed and flowed. When the Geebung boys got going it was time to clear the road. And the game was so terrific that ere half the time was gone, a spectator's leg was broken, just from merely looking on. For they waddied one another till the plain was strewn with dead, while the score was kept so even that they neither got ahead, and the cuff and collar captain, when he tumbled off to die, was the last surviving player, so the game was called a tie. Then the captain of the Geebungs raised him slowly from the ground, though his wounds were mostly mortal, yet he fiercely gazed around. There was no one to oppose him, all the rest were in a trance, so he scrambled on his pony for his last expiring chance, for he meant to make an effort to get victory to his side, so he struck a goal and missed it. Then he tumbled off and died. By the old Campaspe River, where the breezes shake the grass, there's a row of little gravestones that the stockmen never pass, for they bear a crude inscription saying, "Stranger, drop a tear, for the cuff and collar players and the Geebung boys lie here." So on misty moonlit evenings, while the dingoes howl around, you can see their shadows flitting down that phantom polo ground. You can hear the loud collisions as the flying players meet, and the rattle of the mallets and the rush of ponies' feet, till the terrified spectator rides like blazes to the pub. He's been haunted by the spectres of the Geebung Polo Club. End of the Geebung Polo Club by Banjo Patterson.
Cycling by Lillian J. Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Cycling. The subject of cycling is distinctly a many-sided one. While the same general remarks which apply to the subject of exercise for women apply also to the use of the cycle, we should remember that though every woman is benefited by exercise of some kind, there are a few women who are not fitted to ride the cycle at all. This may seem a strong assertion from one who is devoted to cycling, and who so thoroughly believes in its health-giving properties. But though to the practised rider cycling is much easier work than walking, to the novice or to the unskilled rider, and even to the skilled rider who is out of form, it becomes hard work. Especially in learning, an amount of muscular effort is required which some women are unfitted to undertake. Therefore we must assume that the would-be cyclist is a person of average health, strength, and activity, and to such a one the cycle should be a boon indeed. It is impossible to lay down rules as to who is fit or unfit to take up the pastime, for even doctors are sometimes much at fault on this point. My own view is that any girl, or older woman either, who is used to a fair amount of exercise should be able to cycle, and to cycle well, in time. But those with weak hearts or similar complaints should not attempt to cycle, any more than they should run upstairs quickly or climb steep hills. Before leaving the health view of cycling, I wish to impress most strongly on all who take up cycling the necessity of taking it easily at first. Apart from the fact that actually the hardest work is in the learning, it must be remembered that even after the learner can ride without assistance, the body has to become accustomed to an entirely new form of exercise. If you took a good walker and stopped her from all walking exercise for a few months, how tired she would get when she began again. This fatigue would continue until her muscles had got into good order again, and yet walking comes naturally to everyone. Cycling does not come naturally, except in very rare instances. So how much more necessary is it to begin carefully and let the body become gradually accustomed to it. The girl who rides 10 or 15 miles after being on a cycle only once or twice, and who, from not having mastered the art of riding, uses 2 or 3 times more exertion over it than she need, would not dream, perhaps, of walking 5 miles on end at a good pace. Yet she then pronounces the cycle hard work, and says she finds no pleasure in it. No wonder. Really, to appreciate cycling, many conditions are necessary, and that is why I called it a many-sided subject at the outset. First of all, it is an active exercise, so those who have not been in the habit of taking enough outdoor exercise in other forms must not expect to cycle with comfort or enjoyment until they have gradually got their general health into a state which is known as fit. Then, when the cyclist is fitted in herself to enjoy riding, there are other things to be considered, and these I put as follows. A. To ride correctly. B. To have a good cycle, suited to the particular requirements of the rider, and properly adjusted. And C. To look well. First then as to riding, and here we are met by the reflection how few women ride really well. It makes me sad to see how badly 3/4 of the riders one meets are getting along, and when I reflect how much more they would enjoy themselves, and how much better they would look if taken in hand for a time by good tutor, I feel angry at the so-called instructors one usually has to put up with at the average riding school. When you are learning, you should if possible select a grass lawn, or, failing this, a quiet place of broad road, and practice on this little and often. Short rides, even of a few yards, are valuable if done frequently. The pupil should not get overtired or struggle on after her efforts become worrying. She should take a rest and have another turn a few hours later, and will then find the results very different. To the novice my advice is, do not trouble about mounting and dismounting without assistance, as this will come later as a matter of course. The object must be to sit quite still in the saddle, and not to rely on the handles. Good riders never move their bodies at all, but ride with their hands just resting lightly on the handles, not pulling at them. In time it will be found the machine can be steered by just slightly inclining the shoulders in the direction in which it is wished to turn. Above all things, when you are learning, do not fix your eyes on the front wheel, but look ahead. This is essential. When the machine goes naturally in a straight line, then the rider will know that she is not only sitting well, but has begun to acquire the art of pedaling. There's a very great deal in pedaling evenly, as this not only lessens the labor, but takes away all difficulty of steering. When a rider sits well and pedals well, there's practically no steering to be done, for the machine will go automatically in the direction desired by the rider, or so, at least, it will appear. The saddle should be so adjusted that when the pedal is at its lowest point, the foot of the rider should be just about to drop onto it naturally, without quite straightening the knee. A good way to test this is to stretch the toe out as far as it will go, knee quite straight, and if the foot will just go underneath the pedal, no more, the length of reach is correct. Force should never be exerted in driving the pedals. They must be coaxed round, for this, in a word, is the art of ankling. When the pedal is at the top of the stroke, the heel should be downward as in Figure 1. As the pedal travels forward and down, the foot should follow it, keeping the ankle as still as possible, till at the bottom of the stroke the toe is pointing downwards and the heel is highest. The effect of this will be first of all to give power in riding as shown by Figure 2. If the foot is pressed downward only, it will be in operation for a very small part of the stroke, as the pedal moves in a circle. But by ankling, it will easily be seen, Figure 3, that power is maintained for a much longer time. From a woman's point of view, too, the effect of ankling is still more important, as besides the gain in speed, it promotes gracefulness. The rise and fall of the knee in riding is reduced by 1/2 when the ankles are used properly, and the result to the onlooker is consequently more pleasing. For the skirt to hang gracefully, and the rider to look well, there should be as little movement of the knees as possible. Therefore, if you sit sufficiently high and use your ankles properly, you will not only be using your powers to the very best advantage, and lessening fatigue, but will at the same time be attaining gracefulness, and in every way improving your appearance in the saddle. Another important point is to keep the legs straight up and down when riding. The knees should not be allowed to go either inwards or outwards on any account, and there should be no wobbling in the leg action. The toe and heel should be in a line, at right angles across the pedal, that is, exactly parallel with the crank all the time. Take care that the heel does not twist at all on the stroke. Learn to mount from either side of the machine, and to do so, lean the machine a little toward you with the outside pedal up, and rather forward, and then place your foot on the pedal furthest from you, and as you rise yourself into the saddle, the weight of your body will bear on that pedal, thus sending the opposite one up to meet the other foot. The dress should be caught in the hand as you put your foot across the machine on to the pedal, and if any further arrangement should be necessary, you will, when you are at home in the saddle, find it easy to do this as you go along. A slight pull to the side will be all that is required. When once in the saddle, do not be anxious to find the other pedal. Simply keep the machine straight, as it will run a surprising distance of its own accord after the start given to it by the act of mounting, unless, indeed, you should be mounting uphill, which is never desirable for a beginner to attempt. If the foot which is on the ground is allowed to hang downwards as soon as the rider is seated in the saddle, it will find the pedal quite naturally. In fact, the pedal will come round to the foot. In dismounting, as in mounting, the rider should learn to do it with equal ease and confidence from either side. When the pedal is coming upward, throw the weight upon it. This stops the momentum of the machine, at the same time rising out of the saddle. Then pass the other foot over the cycle and step down in front of the pedal, on which the weight of the body is resting. A firm grasp should be kept on both handles, and the machine inclined towards the rider, on the side she dismounts. The rule of the road is usually ignored by cycling women, but nothing in connection with the pastime is really more important. To observe it always, whether necessary or not, is to reduce the possibility of accident to a minimum. It then becomes a habit, and in an emergency the instinct is to do the right thing immediately, the value of which can scarcely be overestimated. Always ride, then, to the left side of the road, whether there are vehicles about or not. Remember, it is the unexpected that always happens, and should a cart or cycle suddenly appear from a by-road, an accident will almost surely happen if you are on the side that should be free for them. If, in spite of your caution, an accident happens, you will at least have the chance of being compensated if you can prove that you were on your proper side at the time. You certainly would not if you were on the wrong side. There are only two occasions on which this rule is deviated from, viz., when passing a vehicle which is going in the same direction, or when passing a led horse going in either direction. When overtaking a vehicle, never pass between it and the pavement or sidewalk, for the tendency is for the driver to pull in toward the left when he hears anything behind him. With a led horse, the custom is to keep the man in charge always between oneself and the led horse, no matter in what part of the road the latter may be. The reason is obvious, led horses being sometimes playful with their heels. The most fruitful cause of accidents is the wrong taking of corners. The right way to do it, however, is very simple. Thus, if proceeding along a road and desiring to turn off to the left, make the curve, if possible, in the road you are in, and thus enter the other road on the left, i.e., safe side. Remember that you cannot see what is in the other road, and the act of turning will make the machine swing out more or less from the proper side. The principle is reversed when taking a turn to the right. Never cut across the nearest corner in doing this. Go nearly across the side road so as to turn into it on your proper side thus. If these simple matters are borne in mind, a cyclist may go many years without even the risk of an accident. Another thing to remember is never on any account to lose control of your machine when descending a hill you do not know, if the bottom of it cannot be seen. Though to fly a hill is the height of enjoyment, safety demands that the end of the spin should be visible, or that you should know your ground thoroughly. In the choice of a machine, remember it is very essential to have a cycle well suited to the rider. Cyclists of experience get to know their own requirements exactly and can suit their physical peculiarities, but more often than not the beginner is entirely in the hands of the cycle agent. Hence we so often see a slight, frail woman struggling along with a great, heavy, unwieldy machine altogether beyond her strength, or on the other hand a heavy woman who is obviously undermounted. For riders who are of moderate height, or even a little over, I believe in 26-inch wheels, but a tall woman should have 28-inch wheels, fitted to their machines, to look proportionate to the extra high frame necessary. In the latter case everything else should also be larger. The 26-inch wheels look well for all but very tall or stout riders. The usual height of frame is about 21 inches measured from the top of the frame, the part where the seat pillar is fixed on, to the center of the bracket axle. This will accommodate riders whose length of leg reach is up to 32 inches or 33 inches. It is better on the whole to have the frame too short than too long. It is more rigid if short, and a little seat pillar standing out will not greatly distract from the appearance. Always ascertain that there is a margin of at least 6 inches between the height of the seat pillar when down at the lowest point, and when raised to the fullest height, at which it can be safely fixed. Exactly the same should apply to the stem of the handlebars, as, if the saddle is raised, the handles should be raised to a corresponding degree, otherwise the rider will be in a stooping position. The exact position of the handles depends a great deal on the length of arm and length of body of the rider. But in the ordinary way, the lowest part of the handles should be at least 2 inches above the saddle, as it is above all things necessary that the rider should not have to stoop forward when riding. On the other hand, the handles must not be higher than is necessary for a comfortable grasp, otherwise the effect will be extremely ungraceful. As the rider sits in the saddle with her arms extended straight downward, she should be able to swing them forward exactly into the riding position, without bending the elbow in any appreciable degree. In purchasing a cycle, the most important points for the rider to consider are 1. Rigidity of frame, 2. Weight, 3. Width of tread, 4. Height of pedal from the ground. Rigidity of frame means speed, i.e., ease of propulsion. If the frame is badly designed, it will yield sideways to the rider's pressure, and much of the power which would be otherwise used to send it forward will be wasted. If you grasp the steering head and down the tube of a cycle, and endeavor to twist the frame, you can ascertain whether it is rigid or not. It should not be possible to force these 2 points towards each other at all, or to pull them sideways out of line with each other. If you can, there will be no chance of riding up a steep incline in that machine. There is another essential matter on which the purchaser can protect herself. This is to see that the cycle is properly stayed in various parts of the frame. These stays bind the whole frame firmly together and prevent give or yielding when pressure is applied on the pedals. In addition to the stays in the front portion of the frame, examples of which are shown in Fig. 7, there should be a stay behind the 2 back legs just above the back wheel. If you are purchasing a machine with an acknowledged reputation and made by a maker of standing, it can safely be assumed that these matters have been provided for, as they would only be omitted on the score of cheapness. Never on any account be persuaded to ride a machine which is not fully guaranteed by a well-known firm. There are so many points on which a cycle may be faulty, and the only safeguard to the rider is that the work shall have been carried out in the most careful and conscientious fashion throughout. Therefore, I would repeat, never trust yourself on any but a machine by a good maker. Far better buy even a good second-hand cycle than a cheap new one, for the latter may cause constant trouble, to say nothing of the possibility of serious accident. The weight of an ordinary good-class lady's machine should not be over 30 pounds. It is possible to obtain them fully equipped at about 28 pounds, but to get them at this or less, either the weight of the tires, etc., have to be very much reduced, or the fittings are not efficient. If the tires are very thin and light, they will be constantly puncturing. The gear case, too, should be of sufficient stability, and the same remark applies to dress guards and mud guards. In fact, it is in the fittings that the weight of a cycle is found, the actual frame not weighing more than 5 pounds as a rule. This is the reason why American machines are lighter than English, the simple explanation being that the former are fitted with the flimsiest of chain covers, mudguard, brakework, etc., whilst the English-made cycle is properly equipped for use in all weathers. The width of tread is important, as both for comfort and speed, and also on the score of appearance. The rider's feet should not be wider apart than is absolutely necessary. A narrow tread is the sign of a well-designed machine. To measure this, the distance should be ascertained between the inside faces of the 2 cranks, and the distance should not be above 5 inches. The height of the pedals from the ground is a point which is never overlooked by a really good firm of cycle makers. It is desirable to get the pedals as near to the ground as possible for comfort in mounting and for ease of propulsion, but there is a limit, as if too low, the pedal will be likely to catch the ground when the machine leans over on a sharp corner. The consequence of this would be disastrous to the rider. There is also the lesser danger of the pedal striking a stone if too near the ground. The distance is usually 10 or 10½ inches from the center of the bracket axle to the ground. Suitable clothing is as necessary in cycling as in all other forms of exercise. Warmth with lightness are the things to be aimed at, while it is of the first necessity that there should be no pressure anywhere, from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet, to impede free circulation. Having said this, little more remains to add, as each rider will naturally have her own ideas as to the underclothing she prefers, and provided this is warm enough to guard the wearer against chills and sufficiently light to prevent it adding to her fatigue, I do not think it much signifies what she chooses. Silk or woolen knickerbockers of some dark color should of course be worn, and these, which should be cut fairly full, must on no account be made of very heavy material, a warm flannel lining being sufficient in any case to give warmth. A loosely fitting bodice or nicely cut coat, according to the time of year, will be found suitable, and this brings me to the part of our attire about which there is a real difficulty, namely a well-cut skirt. Of all the many so-called cycling skirts, there are but few really suitable for the purpose, for not only is it necessary they should be useful, but it is on the way they fall that the graceful or other appearance of the rider will greatly depend. A woman may sit well and pedal to perfection, but if she has a skirt that does not hang evenly and easily on each side of her saddle, and is of the right length, she will not look well in motion. The great difficulty is of course to get the hang right beside the saddle, and to ensure the fullness keeping it its proper place. I have originated a method for my own skirts, which I have found answer well. This is very simple, and consists of a V-shaped piece of material, of which the skirt is made, being firmly stitched on below the band at the back to hold the pleats in place. With this, the fullness does not move too easily to the one side, when the necessary touch to the skirt is made in mounting. The skirt should be cut slightly longer behind than in front, as of course when the rider is in the saddle it will hang shorter than when it falls straight down. When the wearer is standing up, the skirt should come to within 6 inches of the ground in front. As regards width, it should not be too full, as nothing looks more ungraceful than a skirt which flies out on either side with every turn of the foot. At the same time it must be full enough to allow complete freedom of movement. About 3½ yards is generally considered the right width. When having a skirt made from a new pattern, I should always insist on having it fitted when you are seated in the saddle, as only so can you tell how it will really answer. For keeping the skirt from blowing up, I have found nothing better than to pass the feet through a strap of 1/4 inch elastic about 9 inches in length, laid flat against the inside of the hem. These straps should be placed about 10 inches on either side of the middle of the front of the skirt, so as to enable you to walk without inconvenience. As a material, a light woolen cloth of dark and unobtrusive color is in my opinion the most suitable. For riding you should have a hat that will not catch the wind, and as shade for a part of the year is desirable, you will find nothing better than a sailor as a fitting accompaniment to a sensible and workmanlike dress. A common mistake is to have a heavy hat with a great deal of trimming, which cannot be comfortable during rapid motion through any but the stillest of atmospheres. As to footgear, a low-heeled flexible waisted shoe is to be recommended, with gaiters for winter wear. An important matter for all, and especially for the delicate in health, who may so often derive benefit from cycling, is to guard against a chill after riding. No time should be lost after reaching home before putting on a complete set of dry underclothing. It is by standing about, perhaps out of doors or in a draught, till the warm glow which was upon you when you stepped off your machine has given place to a shivery feeling, that you will get harm instead of good from your pleasant spin. Whereas a warm bath and a fresh set of clothing, and not even the most delicate need suffer from her exertions. If you should for any reason not find this possible without a certain delay, then put on a warm coat or other wrap immediately, and this will generally prevent you from suffering any ill effects. You should always have your cycle dusted over and any mud carefully wiped off directly you return from a ride. To prevent damage to the enamel, the mud should be wiped very gently with a soft wet cloth, and if this is carefully done it does not matter whether the mud has dried or not. The bright part should be rubbed with a soft leather or silvet, and then a holland cover be thrown over the machine to keep it free from dust or any slight damp. With the exception of a rub with the silvet, the cycle will then be ready for use. If a slight application of good furniture cream is made to the enameled parts, it will brighten them considerably. When it is known that the machine will not be required for any length of time, all the bright parts should be smeared with Vaseline, and the machine itself should be stood in a dry place. It is best to rest it on a small stand, which is also very useful for cleaning purposes. After a long rest all the bearings should be well oiled, the lamp refilled, and the machine generally overhauled. The tires should be kept hard. Some people let the air out when their machine is not in use, under the idea that it is good for the tires, but this is a mistake. If the tires are allowed to go flat, the weight of the machine will be likely to nip the inner tube. Above all, oil should be kept from the tires, and if any should by chance drop on them while the machine is being oiled, it should be carefully wiped off. A tire should not need blowing up more than once in 2 or 3 weeks, if the valves are in good order. If, therefore, it should require inflating every day, as sometimes happens, either there is a small puncture or the valve is out of order. If the trouble is caused by a puncture, it will generally mean a visit to the repairers, but first examine the valves in case these should be at fault, for very often a little attention to them will put matters right. As there are so many kinds of valves, a technical illustration would be of little use, but as a rule all valves can be unscrewed and examined easily. In the valve most in use, viz., that of the Dunlop tire, if the end is unscrewed, after the dust cap is taken off, the whole mechanism of the valve can be taken out, and this will be found to consist only of a small cylinder covered by a little india rubber tube. This piece of rubber covers the valve hole in the cylinder, and it is the rubber which generally wants replacing. The dust cap is the small cap, attached by a little chain to the spokes, and which is screwed over the end of the valve to keep the dirt out, after the tire has been inflated. If the rider does not object to a little trouble, a puncture can be repaired at home, though the chief objection to the operation is the dirty state in which it is apt to get the operator, unless indeed the tires are thoroughly cleaned first. When you buy a machine, the exact details are given with each particular class of tire, and general instructions for repairing will be found included in the repair outfit, which can be purchased for about 6d. This tire outfit consists of a small quantity of solution, which be careful not to get on the fingers, some rubber patches, and French chalk. When the inner tube has been taken off, the valve should be refitted to it, and tubes inflated. Then pass the tube through water, using a shallow bowl for the purpose. From each spot where there is a puncture, little air bubbles will come out whilst the tube is under water. Mark these with a pencil. Let the air out by the valve and dry the tube. Then with a piece of glass paper clean the tube from sulphur till the natural dark color of the rubber appears. Where the puncture is, say for a space as large as a 6d. Put some solution thinly on the rubber patch, let it nearly dry, and then press it down on the tube on the spot cleaned from the sulphur, and hold it there for a minute or 2. The puncture, of course, will be in the center of this spot if you have managed properly. A little French chalk dusted over the patch will prevent any solution there may be round the patch from sticking to the outer cover when the tire is put together again. With regard to the general adjustment of a cycle, it is most essential that all the bearing parts should be in proper order, as any one of them will make a very great difference in labor to the rider. A few brief notes on the principal parts will enable the rider to ascertain if her mount is in proper condition to do justice to her own riding powers. First, the chain. This should be oiled occasionally in its whole length, so that each joint is properly lubricated. When it has been oiled along the top half, the wheel should be revolved sufficiently to bring the other half on top for oiling. The chain must not be too tight, or the machine will be hard to drive. Neither must it be too loose, or accidents will occur. The state of the chain can be ascertained by taking hold of one pedal, whilst the machine is at rest with its weight on the ground. The pedal and crank should show just the slightest perceptible movement without moving the machine, if the chain is in good order. The pedal should revolve 20 or 30 times at least, when given a good sharp spin with the hand, and there should be no perceptible shake in them. The steering is a very important point, as if this is stiff it will increase the labor in riding. If the front wheel is lifted from the ground, its own weight should make it drop over to one side or the other, whichever way the machine lies, else the steering is too stiff for easy riding. There should be no shake whatever in the steering. The front wheel, when tested, should be immovable from the rest of the machine, either backwards or forwards. All the bearings require a moderate oiling for about every 50 miles you ride. Olive or other clear oil is used for lubricating the bearings, and on no account must paraffin or similar oil be used except for cleaning the bearings out. Most cycle depots supply a suitable oil for lubricating. Once or twice in the year it is advisable to run paraffin through the bearings, but care must be taken to drain it all out afterwards, and the bearings should then be oiled with proper lubricant. Sperm or colza oil is good for burning in the lamp. Add a small piece of camphor to this to give a clearer light. A little paraffin may be put on the top of the wick at the burner to make the lamp light easily, but if this is added to the burning oil, the lamp will smoke, and be liable to jolt out over rough places. If the machine is properly adjusted and well oiled, the wheel should, after being revolved, swing back and forth once or twice with their own weight. At the same time no shake should be discernible sideways, but the wheel should appear to be a rigid part of the machine. A very useful aid to wheel women is the Cyclist's Pocket Book. Most portable and well printed, it contains all kinds of useful information as to the obligations of cyclists, the care of the machine, and some most excellent and practical hints to those about to take a tour. A list of reliable cycle repairers, of hotels which cater for cyclists, besides an almanac and other items usually found in pocket books, are contained within its covers. As there are books which no gentleman's library should be without, so this is one of which no cyclist's pocket should be empty. End of Cycling by Lillian J. Hills.
Cricket on the Hearth by Norman Rowland Gale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. When red-nosed winter takes the road, an icicle his walking stick, when frost is on the woodman's load, and snow is falling fast and thick, come, lusty youth and sapless eld, let's make a circle round the blaze and talk of stumps, of nasty bumps that flew and came in sunny days. For cricket is played again, again, at freezing time in Hull or Bath. When summer's done, the game's not gone, there's cricket on the hearth. Here's Jones from Rugby, Eton Jack, and Grandpapa, who long ago loved hitting when the field was slack, and crumped the bowling swift or slow. No more he's nimble on the green, but what a history he tells of Surrey men, and hits for 10, and heaps of most tremendous swells. For cricket is played again, again, at freezing time in Hull or Bath. When summer's done, the game's not gone, there's cricket on the hearth. The girls may call to hide and seek, and lovely lasses take the floor, but we discuss the lob and sneak, the canvas, umpire, over, score. How great a game to fill July, May, June, and August with delights! Yet in the frost be never lost, but stir the blood on nipping nights. For cricket is played again, again, at freezing times in Hull or Bath. When summer's done, the game's not gone, there's cricket on the hearth. End of Cricket on the Hearth by Norman Rowland Gale.
The Original Game, Chapter 2 of Lacrosse by W.G. Beers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the early history of all countries, we find their recreations to have been of a rude and barbarous nature. Such were those of Greece when Homer wrote, such were those of Britain when Caesar landed, and such were the amusements of the North American Indians when first witnessed by the early French and English travellers. The character of the game of lacrosse, as originally played, made it midway between a sport and a deadly combat, because of its serious results to limb and life. It was a game which King James would no doubt have anathematized as being meeter for laming than making able the users thereof, and more emphatic would have been his edict if he had played it, for not even the divinity that hedges kings would have saved his royal shins from many a sore and unceremonious whack. Never was there ancient or modern field sport that so effectually tried the endurance and agility and every physical instinct as the original game of lacrosse. The gladiatorial games of the Romans and the bullfights of Spain were severe tests of stamina and skill, but neither the praises of Cicero nor the approval of Pliny can prevent the banishment of amusements deliberately designed for the shedding of blood and the death of at least one of the combatants. It may not be possible for one who has never handled a cross, even though he has witnessed many of the exciting matches of the present day, to conceive of the intensity and vehemence of the old game. But to a player who has tried his mettle against Indian wind and endurance, and experienced the exertion required in the present modified game, it is easier to estimate correctly the magnificent physical condition of the aborigine a century ago, and the unparalleled union of strength, agility, and wind developed by and necessary for the primitive lacrosse. It was not played as a superstitious rite in honour of the Great Spirit. It had none of the religious element of the Grecian games. It was instituted as a pure amusement, and as one of the means of quickening and strengthening the body, and accustoming the young warriors to close combat. It was emphatically a sport, and brought out the very finest physical attributes of the finest made men in the world, the impetuosity and vigour of a wild nature let loose, and compelled its votaries in its intense exercise to stretch every power to the greatest extreme. The hunters and warriors looked and longed for the grand anniversaries, when, through dense forests and in bark canoes, hundreds would return from the chase and the warpath to be present at the lacrosse tournaments. Among some tribes, ball play was, as Basil Hall tells us, the chief object of their lives, so absorbed were they in its excitement, and in every tribe it developed an amount of splendid physical energy sufficient to have made their race masters of this continent for ever, had mind not been so entirely subservient to body, nor destiny so inevitably pointed against them. All the education of an Indian from the cradle to manhood tended to physical development and inurement, and however much we may pity the strapped papoose, it is in a better place for a symmetrical body and a straight spine than the pale-face hopeful, rocked and knocked about in the modern cradle, or the Spartan child cradled on a shield. It was the perfection of the Indian's physical nature which made his conquest so difficult. With every instinct keen as an eagle's eye, with every muscle, nerve, and fibre strung to his perfect capacity, with his wonderful vitality, energy, and unity, he was more than a match for the white man and superior weapons, until fire-water undermined his manliness, and treachery stole away his advantages. Whisky was a cunning ambassador, more effectual than villainous saltpetre. What was the stoicism of the Indian but his physical training? What was his pride and individuality but the blood of his race and the education of his boyhood? The great brain of a young man was only fit for scalping if it had not a body able to wield the tomahawk. The chieftains and leaders were honoured in proportion to the number of scalps within their wigwams. Such were the characteristics of the men who played the old game of lacrosse. The descriptions given of the game by different travellers vary in some respects, as they happen to have seen it played at different periods, and among the various tribes, but all unite in ascribing to it the hereditary wild beauty and variety which it has always retained. There was some dissimilarity among the different tribes in the shape of the stick used, the size and composition of the ball, the kind of goal, etc., but the general character of the game was the same. The cross. As far back as we can trace, we find the original cross to have been of a very different shape to that used at present. That of the Choctaws, Chippeways, Cherokees, and Creeks was about 3 feet long, bent into an oblong hoop at one end, large enough to hold the ball. That of the Sacs, Sioux, Ojibways, Dakotas, Potawatomis, and most other tribes was about the same length, but the hoop was round, as seen in the above illustration. None of the original sticks were over 4 feet long. The network of the oblong hoop was generally 3 inches long and 2 wide, that of the round hoop 12 inches in circumference. The former was literally network, but the latter was simply 2 strings tied in the centre, and fastened in 4 places to the hoop, and both were sufficiently bagged to catch and preserve the ball. The network or strings were originally of wattup, the small roots of the spruce tree, as used for sewing bark canoes. Afterwards they were made of deer skin. Among the Choctaws, Cherokees, Creeks, etc., each player carried 2 sticks, 1 in each hand. The ball was caught and carried between them. There was considerable difference in the play with 1 and with 2 sticks, and the former was by far the most expert, as it was the most difficult. The manner of picking up with 1 stick was peculiar, and indeed necessary, owing to its shape. As the ball lay on the ground, it was almost covered with the hoop, and by a peculiar twist of the wrist and arm from right to left, scooped up in one motion. The ball was thrown from it by a jerk, and could not be pitched as far as with the present stick, as it got but little impetus. The Indians dodged very little, except when the ball was caught or picked up in a crowd, and dodging was necessary. This seems the more remarkable when we consider the shape of the stick and the peculiar facilities for dodging afforded by the concavity of the netting and the smallness of the hoop which retained the ball. On grand occasions they ornamented the hoop and handle with small feathers or tufts of hair, and painted or dyed it various colours. Several tribes still use the original stick. The above illustration is taken from one which Mr. Radiger, an old Montreal club player, used in several matches with the half-breeds of the Garden River Indian Reserve, Salt River, about 15 miles from the entrance to Lake Superior. It is similar to the Ojibwe stick, described by early travellers. The ball. The original ball was about the size of a tennis ball, though differing among the tribes, and was first made of deerskin or rawhide, stuffed with hair and sewed with sinews. The Ojibways and Potawatomis at the mouth of the Detroit River used a heavy wooden one, generally a knot, while others improvised balls of the bark of the pine tree. The goals. The earliest goal was any marked rock or tree that happened to be convenient, and it is still customary among the domesticated and wild tribes in America to ignore such a thing as flagpoles. At grand matches, however, the Indians were more particular, and used for each goal a single pole or stake, 8 feet high and 2 inches in diameter, or the 2-pole goal as at present. The distance from one goal to the other varied in proportion to the number of players, from 500 yards to half a mile and more. The Potawatomis, Sioux, Dakotas, Cherokees, Sacs, Ojibways, Iroquois, Algonquins, and nearly all tribes used the one pole. The 4 former merely required the ball to be thrown past the line of this stake. The Ojibways, Iroquois, Algonquins, etc. required the pole to be struck with the ball. The former still maintain this law. The Algonquins, seen by Charlevoix, used one pole. The Choctaws, seen by Catlin, used 2 stakes for each goal, 25 feet high and 6 feet apart, with a pole or goal line across the top. The Creeks in Alabama used 2 stakes, 6 feet high and 6 feet apart. Basil Hall, 1828, says they were simply boughs. The game director was the captain or presiding chief, under whose direction the goals were posted, and who, among several tribes, made a preliminary speech to the players before starting the game. Sometimes he was the best player and fleetest runner, and joined in the game, and like the chiefs in Homer, tried to signalize himself by personal acts of courage, forgetting altogether the management of his men. The umpires were generally the old medicine men of the tribe, whose decision was in all cases final. Dress of the players. The primitive Indian players usually appeared almost as naked as the Grecian athletae, wearing only a tight breech-cloth, and on grand occasions painted their faces and bodies, and decorated themselves with fantastic ornamental beadwork, feathers, etc., of various colours. They wore a curious kind of tail, projecting from the small of the back, made of white horsehair or dyed quills of the Canada porcupine, and a mane or neck of horsehair dyed various colours. It was a rule of the Choctaws that no one should wear any dress save the breechcloth and the aforesaid tail. The Potawatamis always wore moccasins. Preparatory ceremonies. When great matches were on the tapis, village against village, or tribe against tribe, they were agreed upon, and the players selected months ahead. For 2 weeks before the day of the match, the competitors were to fast from all excesses, eat little food, and harden themselves by every possible means for the exertion in anticipation. And the night preceding, they rather ignored the present theory of training by a peculiar preparatory ceremony which we will endeavour to describe. It was usual to select a moonlight night and a grassy plot near the borders of a river or lake. Only those who were to play on the following day were permitted to join in the ceremony. A large fire of pitch pine wood was kindled. Several musicians with Indian drums and large gourds containing gravel were seated to assist the players in keeping time in the dance. At a signal from the head chief, the intending competitors would begin what they called the training dance, a succession of the most frantic movements and wriggling of the body and legs, contortions of the face, and screaming at the top of the voice, intended, like the military dances of the Greeks, to make the body active and strong, and to exhilarate the mind. It was also a sort of invocation to the Great Spirit for victory, and must have been of a character as terrible and expressive as the dances of the Furies. This dance was peculiarly attractive to the emotional Indian, who, like all barbarians, was a spontaneous dancer. Sounds, however rude, intoxicating him with a passion for a spasmodic oscillation of the body. After performing for an hour or longer, the players, heated and perspiring, immediately plunged into the cold stream. It was customary among some tribes to dance in a circle around a bonfire, with the crosses in hand, while others danced in their costume around the goals, rattling their sticks together and singing aloud to the Great Spirit. Each party danced for a quarter of an hour at a time around their respective goals or bonfires, and repeated it every half hour during the night, which compelled the players to lie awake until sunrise. The squaws of each side kept the goods, which were invariably staked upon the result of the match, and at this dance they formed themselves into 2 straight rows between the 2 parties of players, and joined in the dance and song. 4 of the most antediluvian medicine men, who were to act as umpires on the following day, were seated at the point where the game was to be started, solemnly smoking and praying to the Great Spirit for impartiality in judgment. Catlin gives a few excellent sketches of the original game as played by the Choctaws, and among them a very suggestive one of this preparatory dance. In Captain Basil Hall's Travels in the United States in 1827-28, we find a new feature of this preparatory ceremony, introduced after the dance, among the Creeks of Alabama. The players met in a hut, round which ran a seat close to the wall. In the middle a fire was burning, at which the players squatted, nearly naked, tying cords tightly around one another's arms and thighs. They then splashed themselves with water, and each placing himself in a sloping position against a wooden pillar, went through the ceremony of scarifying. This was done by expert operators, who, using an instrument formed of the sharp teeth of the garfish, 2 rows of about 15 teeth tied to a corncob, scraped the arms and legs of the players over a space of more than 15 inches in length. 5 separate scratchings were made on each man's leg below the knee, 5 on each thigh, and 5 on each arm, in all nearly 30 sets of cuts. As the instrument contained about 30 teeth, each Indian must in every case have had several hundred lines drawn on his skin. The blood flowed profusely as long as the bandages were kept tight. This indeed seemed to be one of their principal objects, as the Indians endeavoured to assist the bleeding by throwing their arms and legs about, holding them over, and sometimes placing them almost in the fire for a second or 2. It was altogether a hideous and frightful scene. For my own part, I scarcely knew how to feel when I found myself among some dozens of naked savages, streaming with blood from top to toe, skipping and yelling round a fire, or talking at the top of their voices in a language of which I knew nothing, or laughing as merrily as if it were the best fun in the world to be cut to pieces. Not one of these lads uttered the slightest complaint during the operation, but when I watched their countenances closely, I observed that only 2 or 3 bore the discipline without shrinking or twisting their faces a little. I was told that these scarifications and bleedings render the men more limber and active, and bring them into proper condition to undergo the exertion of the ball play on the following morning. I don't know how this may be with my friends the Creeks, but I suspect half a dozen of the cuts which each of these young fellows received, some hundreds, would have laid me up for a week. On the next day, and for hours previous to the appointed time for the match, a crowd of warriors, squaws, and children assembled on the plain selected for the game, dressed in the gaudiest feathers and beadwork, and squatted on the ground in little picturesque groups. One of the principal preliminaries was handing to the stakeholders the property hazarded upon the result of the game, and not only did every warrior bet, but the women carried it to excess, and even the children wagered their childish toys. It was an affectation of the players to keep out of sight until everything was ready, and they usually were in the adjacent woods, busily painting and feathering in the most fantastic styles imaginable. The 2 parties who were to contend for the prize were divided and posted in opposite parts of the woods, and during the process of festooning they indulged in wild whoops and cries. The goals were now placed by the game director, and a stake set to mark the centre of the field, where the ball was sometimes laid, according to custom. At a certain signal, the 2 parties advanced leisurely from their covert, brandishing their sticks, shouting, making terrible contortions and grimaces, and turning somersaults. It was customary among the lady-loves of the Cherokees to run out on the field at this stage, and give beaded and other tokens of favouritism to their dusky gallants, which these savage lovers wore during the game as faithfully as the most chivalrous knight of the 12th century ever carried lady's glove in combat. Lanman, who witnessed this little episode of the game among the Cherokees of Qualla Town, North Carolina, says, "This little movement struck me as particularly interesting, and I was greatly pleased with the bashfulness and yet complete confidence with which the Indian maidens manifested their preferences. What an incentive to first 12s if Canada's fair daughters would revive the fashion! How it would put one on one's mettle to be a crack player!" Where this custom was not in vogue, the players either danced, one party at a time, around their respective goals, as the night previous, and advanced to the middle of the field, where they laid or sat down, yelling defiance at each other. At a signal from the game director, they sprang to their feet and held their sticks over their heads, facing and gradually approaching until they were within a yard of each other. Upon another signal they laid their sticks down at their feet, and the sides were counted. When the game was for mere pleasure, the men could choose the sides upon which they would play. The game director now delivered a long speech, urging the players to energy and fair play. They then dispersed, and every man took his own position. The old chiefs seated themselves on the ground with 10 small sticks, with which they kept the score of games, pulling all out when they got to 11, and replacing one to count 10. Matches consisted sometimes of 10, 20, and 100 games, and often lasted 2 or 3 days. The game. The game generally began at 9 o'clock in the morning. The Indians had different ways of inaugurating it, and never seemed to have faced, as at present. Sometimes the ball was laid on the ground in the centre of the field, and at a signal from the game director, a general rush was made towards it, amid a glorious clatter and scramble, the best man at 100 yards generally picking it up and making off with it like a deer followed by the hounds. The most common way, however, was to throw it high into the air at the centre of the field, which altered the appearance of this part of the game, as the players reached the centre before the ball fell, and leapt at it en masse to catch or strike it away. Sometimes it was caught by one player between his two spoony sticks. Charlevoix says the Algonquins in Canada tried to keep the ball from touching the ground during the progress of the game, and that if a player missed a catch, the game was lost for his side, unless he could send it to goal in one throw. It was never allowable to pick it up from the ground with the hand, but it was customary to use the hand in tapping or blocking it away from the body. The wildness of the old game is graphically sketched by Catlin, who saw it played by 600, 800 and 1000 Choctaws and others at a time, Basil Hall, Sir James Stewart, Lanman and others. The players would trip and throw each other, and sometimes, as occasion offered, take flying leaps over the heads of stooping opponents, or dart between their extended legs. In these struggles, says Catlin, every mode is used that can be devised to oppose the progress of the foremost who is likely to get the ball, and these obstructions often meet desperate individual resistance, which terminate in violent scuffling and sometimes fisticuffs, when their sticks were dropped and the parties are unmolested while settling it between themselves, unless it be by a general stampede, to which they are subject who are down, if the ball happens to pass in their direction. There are times, he adds, when the ball gets to the ground, when there is a confused mass of balls, sticks, shins, and bloody noses. When the ball fell among the spectators, the players leapt into them like a whirlwind, with as little regard for their safety as their own, and there was a well-known art among the spectators of saving oneself from much tumbling and contusion by embracing the nearest tree and holding on like grim death until the rush of players had passed. It seemed as if they were bent upon dislocating or breaking every bone of their bodies. They tumbled and dragged and did everything rough in pursuit of the little deerskin ball. One remarkable feature of the old game was the magnificent leaps which the players indulged in, either for show or to grasp the ball in the air. At one time, says Lanman, the whole crowd of players would rush together in the most desperate and fearful manner, presenting, as they struggled for the ball, the appearance of a dozen gladiators striving to overcome a monster serpent, and then again, as one man would secure the ball and start for the boundary of his opponent, the races which ensued were very beautiful and exciting. Basil Hall's description of the old game as played by the Creeks is so well delineated that we cannot do better than give an extract from his travels. One of the chiefs, having advanced to the centre of the area, cast the ball high into the air. As it fell, between 20 and 30 of the players rushed forward, and leaping several feet off the ground, tried to strike it. The multiplicity of blows, acting in different directions, had the effect of bringing the ball to the ground, where a fine scramble took place, and a glorious clatter of sticks mingled with the cries of the savages. At length, an Indian, more expert than the others, contrived to nip the ball between the ends of his two sticks, and having managed to fork it out, ran off with it like a deer, with his arms raised over his head, pursued by a whole party engaged in the first struggle. The fortunate youth was, of course, intercepted in his progress 20 different times by his antagonists, who shot like hawks across his flight from all parts of the field, to knock the prize out of his grasp, or to trip him up, in short, by any means to prevent his throwing it through the opening between the boughs at the end of the playground. Whenever this grand purpose of the game was accomplished, the successful party announced their right to count one by a fierce yell of triumph, which seemed to pierce the very depths of the wilderness. It was sometimes highly amusing to see the way in which the Indian, who got hold of the ball, contrived to elude his pursuers. It was not to be supposed that he was allowed to proceed straight to the goal or wicket, or even to get near it, but on the contrary, he was obliged in most cases to make a circuit of many 100 yards amongst the trees, with 30 or 40 swift-footed fellows stretching after or athwart him, with their fantastic tigers' tails streaming behind them, and he in like manner at full speed and holding his stick as high over his head as possible, sometimes ducking to avoid a blow, or leaping to escape a trip, sometimes doubling like a hare, and sometimes tumbling at full length or breaking his shins on a fallen tree, but seldom losing hold of his treasure without a severe struggle. These parts of the game were exciting in the highest degree, and it almost made the spectators breathless to look at them. Catlin would ride 30 miles on horseback to witness a game, and he says he has almost dropped from his horse's back with irresistible laughter at the succession of droll tricks and kicks and scuffles which ensue in the almost superhuman struggles for the ball. Carver saw it played by Indians, whom he says played with such vehemence that broken bones were no rarity, but notwithstanding there never appears to be any spite or wanton exertions of strength to affect them, nor do disputes ever happen between the parties. A few concluding extracts will prove the same remarkable interest in the old as in the present game. Catlin, writing of a match he saw, says, "I pronounce such a scene, with its hundreds of nature's most beautiful models, denuded and painted various colours, running and leaping in the air in all of the most enlivening and varied forms, in desperate struggles for the ball, a school for painter or sculptor equal to any of those which ever inspired the hand of an artist in the Olympian Games or Roman Forum." Lanman, among the Sioux, says, "The Olympic beauty of this game is beyond all praise. It calls into active exercise every muscle of the human frame, and brings into bold relief the supple and athletic forms of the best built people in the world. At one time a figure will rivet your attention, similar to the Apollo Belvedere, and another you will actually be startled by the surpassing eloquence of a Mercury." The game was played in the United States occasionally some years ago by several of the most numerous tribes, who used the original stick and generally the one-pole goal, but a combination of circumstances has almost obliterated it as an Indian recreation in that free republic where Indians and Negroes have not exactly paradisiacal times. Mr. Radiger tells me he has both seen it played and participated in the game with the Ojibwe half-breeds of the Garden River Indian Reserve, Salt River. They use the original round hoop stick and use only one. Their goal is a single pole 8 feet high and 2 inches in diameter, and must be struck to decide the game. They begin the game after the primitive manner of placing the stick on the ground in front of them, and the ball is thrown up in the air. They do very little dodging, writes our friend, except when they get near the goal, when they do wriggle considerably. The Lac La Pluie Indians, 225 miles west of Lake Superior, occasionally hold their grand fetes and medicine ceremonies near Fort Francis, at which 6,000 natives assemble. In the report on the exploration of the country between Lake Superior and the Red River settlement, it is stated that the Indians do not scruple to jump over the fences and run through the ground crops if their ball in the game of is driven in that direction. The blank may be interpreted Lacrosse. The game is also played at the different establishments of the Hudson Bay Company in Rupert's Land, etc., by the savage tribes of Lower Winnipeg. Several hundreds played before Fort Garry, the capital of the Red River country, a couple of years ago. The Rocky Mountain Indians still play and use the original stick. On the Saskatchewan, the Prairie, Crees, Blackfeet, and Assiniboine still celebrate their returns from the buffalo hunt by grand contests of the original game. When Charlevoix and his party were ascending the St. Lawrence at some point between Quebec and Three Rivers, they saw the game, which Charlevoix calls Le Jeu de la Crosse, played by the Algonquins, who used the present stick. The Hurons at Loretto, below Quebec, played extensively about 50 years ago, using the present stick and a ball of worsted, covered with deerskin. Their goals were lines drawn at both ends of the field, and the game was decided by throwing across either line. The sport was very rough and tumble. Latterly, this great remnant of the Huron tribe have entirely neglected their glorious pastime. End of Chapter 2 of Lacrosse by W.G. Beer. Read by Phil Benson.
Casey's Revenge by Grantland Rice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. Casey's Revenge, being a reply to Casey at the Bat. There were saddened hearts in Mudville for a week or even more. There were muttered oaths and curses. Every fan in town was sore. "Just think," said one, "how soft it looked with Casey at the bat, and then to think he'd go and spring a bush league trick like that." All his past fame was forgotten. He was now a hopeless shine. They called him Strikeout Casey from the mayor down the line. And as he came to bat each day his bosom heaved a sigh, while a look of hopeless fury shone in mighty Casey's eye. The lane is long, someone has said, that never turns again, and fate, though fickle, often gives another chance to men. And Casey smiled, his rugged face no longer wore a frown. The pitcher who had started all the trouble came to town. All Mudville has assembled, 10,000 fans have come to see the twirler who had put big Casey on the bum. And when he stepped into the box the multitude went wild. He doffed his cap in proud disdain, but Casey only smiled. "Play ball!" the umpire's voice rang out, and then the game began. But in that throng of thousands there was not a single fan who thought that Mudville had a chance, and with the setting sun their hopes sank low. The rival team was leading 4-1. The last half of the ninth came round with no change in the score, but when the first man up hit safe the crowd began to roar. The din increased, the echo of 10,000 shouts was heard, when the pitcher hit the second and gave 4 balls to the third. 3 men on base, nobody out, 3 runs to tie the game. A triple meant the highest niche in Mudville's Hall of Fame. But here the rally ended and the gloom was deep as night, when the 4th one fouled to catcher and the 5th flew out to right. A dismal groaning chorus came, a scowl was on each face, when Casey walked up, bat in hand, and slowly took his place. His bloodshot eyes in fury gleamed, his teeth were clinched in hate. He gave his cap a vicious hook and pounded on the plates. But fame is fleeting as the wind, and glory fades away. There were no wild and woolly cheers, no glad acclaim this day. They hissed and groaned and hooted as they clamored, "Strike him out!" But Casey gave no outward sign that he had heard the shout. The pitcher smiled and cut one loose, across the plate it spread. Another hiss, another groan, "Strike 1!" the umpire said. Zip! Like a shot, the second curve broke just below his knee. "Strike 2!" the umpire roared aloud, but Casey made no plea. No roasting for the umpire now, his was an easy lot. But here the pitcher twirled again. Was that a rifle shot? A whack, a crack, and out through space the leather pellet flew. A blot against the distant sky, a speck against the blue. Above the fence in center field, in rapid whirling flight, the sphere sailed on, the blot grew dim and then was lost to sight. 10,000 hats were thrown in air, 10,000 threw a fit, but no one ever found the ball that mighty Casey hit. Oh, somewhere in this favored land dark clouds may hide the sun, and somewhere bands no longer play and children have no fun, and somewhere over blighted lives there hangs a heavy pall, but Mudville hearts are happy now, for Casey hit the ball. End of Casey's Revenge by Grantland Rice.